Hello, hello, hi. I'm a little late. Yeah, I had to go outside with my dog and feed the kitties and completely forgot. And then my dog took a lot longer than she usually does. And then, yeah, you get the idea. Hello, how are we doing? Hi, Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay. We're live. We are live. For now. My internet is really horrendous, so I don't know how long that's gonna be the case. I do not know. We'll see. Hopefully longer than at least that I'm hoping. Please, thank you. Hopefully. Anyways, it is a pretty normal, regular Sunday. Kitty's doing kitty things again. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it's fine. Anyways. We'll see. Yeah, let's hope that my internet is stable. If not, yeah, it's weird today. Today's weird. Everything loads a billion years longer than it should. I don't know where that's coming from. I got no idea, but that's the case right now. Anyways. Let me real quick check. I haven't even checked if we got any new recommendations still. Let me check. Okay, not this. Not this. Let's see. Yup, nothing new. Okay, nothing new. Okay. Got this. What are we going to look at first? Yeah, I have a couple of videos. We also need to do the Uma Musume video next. That's also something we need to do. Anyways, I think we got this. I think we're just gonna straight up start, huh? With the reacting of the first one that I want to watch. This one. Weird, it smells kind of burned here. Is my mom burning anything or my dad? It smells burned here. Burned. Anyways. We'll start with this one. This one seems pretty chill. Why not? Anyways. This website tricked people into doing horrible acts by Visual Venture. I have no idea what kind of website we are talking about, but it does exist. It does exist, apparently. We'll see. Time for another Visual Venture video. I haven't reacted to one in a bit, but yeah, here we go.
They trashed hotel rooms, humiliated total strangers, and made people do terrible things.
Humiliated strangers and made people do horrible things. Huh. Interesting. I wonder what this website does.
And no one could stop them because no one knew who they were. The group called themselves PrankNet, and this is how they became one of the most hated websites on the internet.
PrankNet. Most hated website. Yeah, I've never heard of these. I've never heard of this. Interesting.
The goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos without sacrificing quality, and to do that, we gotta keep growing. So 70% of you guys aren't subscribed. It would mean the world to me if you did, and I promise to give you more fire content.
True. And he has definitely been doing a lot. Also, if you like this kind of content and you like reactions, you should also like the video and subscribe. I don't even know how many of you people are in fact subscribed that watch my videos. I mean, we can in fact quickly check, right? We can in fact quickly check how many of you are doing that, huh? It's 26%. So yeah, I'd appreciate it. Anyways, we'll continue.
Visual Venture and you are awesome. The dark side of laughter. The year was 2008, and pranknet.org was like a clubhouse for the internet's worst pranksters. The website looked like a regular chat room with about 200 people, except they weren't there to just discuss pranks. They wanted to do them. There was just one obstacle. They wanted to do pranks in real life, but pranknet's members were scattered across the country.
Pranks in real life. So, like, not like literal fake ones, but like actual pranks. Like actual horrible pranks is what you're telling me. Potentially.
Staring at computer screens. How could they prank anyone in real life if they were behind their computers? Eventually, they figured it out, and their solution was diabolical. Pranknet used something simple, something almost everyone has.
The rise of the word diabolical needs to be studied. Genuinely. It needs to. This just spawned at some point, and now it's there.
A phone. With a phone call, they could pretend to be anyone, and they could target people all over the world. But that wasn't enough for them. They decided to record the prank calls, and then post them online for laughs. They even made a creepy logo. It was a huge black bird with its wings wide open. Inside the bird was an angry man yelling on the phone. That was the reaction they were aiming for. At the bottom, it said Prank University. That was another name they sometimes went.
Pranknet, also known as Prank University, was an anonymous prank calling virtual community. Well, that's interesting.
Went by. And by early 2009, they were ready to carry out these pranks. Their first victims. February 10th, 2009. It was a quiet night at the Best Western Hotel in Pennsylvania. Guests were asleep in their rooms. Everything.
Back in 2009? I think I know where that will enter our slang. I don't know. Pegasus.
Seemed normal, but the hotel was about to be thrown into panic. It started when the phone rang in room 306. The guest picked up. The voice on the line sounded serious. He said his name was Jonathan Davis from the front desk, and he had bad news. A gas leak had spread through the building. It was so serious that other guests were passing out. Obviously, the guest in room 306 was worried, but the guy on the phone, who was allegedly calling from the front desk, had a solution. He told the guest to do 3 things to protect himself. Step 1, unplug everything. Step 2, wet some towels and press them against the door. That would prevent carbon monoxide from leaking into the room. The guest followed every step. He didn't ask many questions. He just wanted to survive. Then the caller gave the 3rd instruction, and it was extreme. He told the guest to break the glass window in the room. The window was huge, 5 feet wide, 5 feet tall. If you broke it,
that is a crazy prank. Whoa! That is a oh boy, that's gonna be expensive for homie. Because there's no chance you're not gonna pay for that. That's wild. Okay, so he basically was pranked into believing there was a gas leak.
it would cause serious damage. The guest asked, "Are you serious?" The guy on the phone repeated the instruction. Smash that window to let more air into the room. Thinking his life was at risk, the guest grabbed a chair and shattered the glass. Cold air rushed in, but there was one last thing that needed to be done. The caller said the TV in the room could potentially explode because of the gas leak. It had to be destroyed immediately.
Is he going to yoink the TV out of the window? It would be so funny. Is he going to yoink it out of the window?
The guest hit the TV, but it didn't break. So the caller told him to throw it out the window.
Yeah, and somebody down there, right, outside would be like, "Flying TV."
Guest obeyed. The TV flew out of the window and crashed onto the sidewalk below. Luckily, it didn't fall on anyone walking below. The guest was shaking. He thought he just saved his own life, but it was all a lie. The man on the phone wasn't from the front desk. He was from Pranknet, and he just tricked the guest into causing thousands of dollars in damage. And it wasn't just room 306. Other rooms got the same call about a gas leak emergency. By the end of the night, multiple guests
destroyed a window and threw out TVs, potentially, or other things that would be there. Since all rooms probably have TVs, I'm assuming that a lot of people threw TVs out of the window. Flying TVs.
windows and destroyed hotel property. Hotel workers couldn't believe what they were seeing. They called the police for help, but by then the damage was done. And the whole time, PrankNet was in their chat room listening and laughing. They recorded the calls and posted the audio online, but this was only the start of what they had planned, because the next prank was so shocking most people can't even talk about it. The apple cider incident.
Apple cider incident, chapter 3. Where is that going?
On July 20th, 2009, PrankNet targeted Homewood Suites in Kentucky. That night, one of PrankNet's members called a hotel guest. He pretended to be the manager, and what he said was terrifying. He claimed that the room's previous guest tested positive for hepatitis C. Because of that,
Bro, that is evil. That is evil. Oh, nah.
the current guest could have gotten infected from staying in the same room, especially if the room wasn't properly cleaned by hotel staff. The whole call was building up to one request. The caller said a doctor was in the hotel, and the guest needed to bring a urine sample down to the front desk to be tested, just to make sure they were okay. All they had to do was pee into a glass and bring it down to the front desk. To avoid alarming other guests, the caller told them to use a code word, apple cider. That was the code. While the guest got ready, the prankster made another call. This time, they called the front desk clerk. This was the person the guest was supposed to bring the apple cider to. The prankster pretended to be a representative from an apple cider company. He told the clerk that a guest would be dropping off a sample for a taste test, and he wanted the clerk to take a sip and provide feedback. Moments later, the guest showed up. They handed the hotel clerk a glass of warm liquid. She smiled and said thank you and took a sip. Her face changed instantly. She said,
That does not taste like cider. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no.
that does not taste like cider. I'm not gonna take another sip. That's horrible. That's when the PrankNet caller told her what she really drank. After that, let's just say all hell.
So there's multiple options of what this is or could be. My opinion? Piss.
Broke loose. As usual, PrankNet shared the recording online. To them, pain was entertainment. As PrankNet's reputation spread, people began to realize the truth. Anyone could be the next victim. All you had to do was pick up the phone. Not long after, PrankNet hit more hotels. In Alabama, they tricked the guest into setting off a
Oh no. Bro. That is diabolical, dudes.
sprinkler inside his room. In Nebraska, they convinced someone to drive his truck into the hotel lobby.
Hotel lobby? Why haven't I ever heard of this?
The total cost of repairs from these incidents exceeded $100,000. News outlets picked up the story. Hotels across the country were on alert. By June 2009, there were 8 cases across 4 states and counting. The police got involved. To them, these weren't pranks. They were serious crimes. And now the police were hunting the people behind PrankNet. The pranks were going too far. Law enforcement was working hard to catch the people behind PrankNet. In the meantime, PrankNet found new ways to cause chaos, and they weren't just targeting hotels anymore. One night, they called a busy restaurant. They told the manager that a recent pork shipment tested positive for swine flu. The manager panicked.
Swine flu? Is it even a thing? I don't know. Actually, yes, it is. It does exist. It does exist. Never mind. That is wild. What's next? Politicians? Please, politicians. It would be so funny.
And evacuated the restaurant. PrankNet chose that restaurant because it had a live webcam in the dining room, so they could watch the panic unfold in real time. Then there was the KFC incident. PrankNet convinced workers.
KFC incident. There's a lot of incidents, I feel like. There is a lot of incidents right there. KFC incident.
at a KFC in Manchester to do something humiliating. By the time they realized it was a prank, it was too late. The KFC kitchen was a wreck, and the story made national news. PrankNet also found a way to hijack business phone lines. They would call a phone company, pretend to be the business owner, and claim the phones weren't working. Then they would ask the phone company to forward the business's calls to a different number, and somehow it worked. One time, they hijacked the phone lines of a Hilton hotel in Tulsa. When people called the hotel, they were told there was a flu outbreak. Others were warned that armed men were inside holding hostages. As PrankNet's twisted calls made headlines, people started to worry. If a stranger could cause this much chaos with just a call, were hotels and restaurants even safe anymore? The public was divided. Some blamed the pranksters. Others blamed the victims, saying people who give in to orders like this are just waiting for an excuse to do bad stuff that they wanted to do anyway.
I mean, see, the problem is you never know if it actually means that, right? You never know. You never actually know. That's the problem. But yeah. So I guess I mean, you could tell that something was a prank depending on how outlandish it was. However, back then was a bit different time, right? Around like 2009, 2010. People were, in my opinion, a little more naive than they are now.
Meanwhile, police were doing everything they could to find the pranksters, but they still had no solid leads. There were rumors online, but nothing concrete. It was a problem no one could ignore, so someone else stepped in to stop PrankNet once and for all. Catching the criminals. The Smoking Gun was a popular investigative website, and in mid-2019, the reporters at the site set a new goal: to expose the true identities of the people behind PrankNet. But it wasn't going to be easy. For 7 weeks, the team followed clues across the internet. They studied chat room conversations and examined police reports. And they noticed something important. PrankNet used Skype.
Okay, so journalists were trying to catch them. Not bad. Let's see how this goes.
To make their calls. That's why the police couldn't trace them like normal prank calls. Slowly, the pieces came together. They discovered the group had a leader. He called himself Dex. He named himself after the TV show Dexter, who was a serial killer. From his comments, Dex saw himself as a puppet master, a mastermind. But the mastermind was about to make a big mistake. The Smoking Gun reporters joined the PrankNet chat room and offered
Using Dexter is kind of funny. Sure.
To interview Dex. Dex couldn't resist. He agreed to an interview on Skype. He showed no guilt for his actions. On the contrary, he blamed the victims for what happened. He called them sheep with no brains of their own. He also said PrankNet's real mission was to prove how stupid people were. When the reporters asked if he was scared of getting caught, his response was arrogant. His exact words were, "It's too difficult to find me. I'm a ghost on the internet." But while Dex ranted, the reporters already had a trap ready. They sent him a special link to view one of their articles. When Dex clicked it, it silently revealed his IP address and location. The address.
Oh my god, is this dude stupid? This dude is dumb. Yeah. Bro be like, ha, they're never gonna catch me. I'm a ghost on the internet. And all it took was was clicking a link. All it took was clicking a link. Hey, classic way of also getting hacked. Yeah, boys, girls, don't click links that you don't know to where they're going. This goes especially to the content creator homies. What are you doing? A lot of you got hacked. Yeah, even 200,000, 300,000 subs still getting hacked. What are you doing?
This wasn't even in the US, it was in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. So two reporters got on a plane. They flew to Windsor, and when they arrived, they found the exact place where Dex lived. They staked out the building for days, watching everyone who came and went, and that's when they figured it out. Dex wasn't some criminal mastermind. His real name was Tariq Malik. He was 25 years old, he lived with his mom, he had no job and no friends. The Smoking Gun solved the mystery. In August 2009, they published a story. In it, they revealed
surprised that an unemployed loser would do this. A real call himself Dex. Is that a joke? I don't know. He just called himself Dex from the show Dexter. That's it.
Dex's name, picture, and address. By hacking Dex, they uncovered the identities of some other PrankNet members. They revealed those names too. The expose went viral. News stations picked it up. Finally, reporters knocked on Malik's door, but Malik never came outside. He was hiding. Maybe if he thought he ignored them, they would just leave, but they didn't. The reporters stayed and interviewed the neighbors. Then something ironic happened. Dex, the guy who humiliated strangers for fun, called the cops on the reporters. He claimed there were suspicious persons outside his home, and he wanted them removed. When the reporters found out, they put that on the news too. Soon after, the FBI got involved. Several members
Oh, even the FBI got involved. Yeah, bro is over.
of PrankNet were arrested. Some were found guilty of criminal mischief and sentenced to prison. Interestingly, Tariq Malik, also known as Dex, denied being part of PrankNet. US officials tried to extradite him from Canada. However, there was no proof that he was ever arrested or charged in the US. That should have been the end of PrankNet, but it wasn't, because even after their leader was exposed, some of PrankNet's most loyal members kept going, and the stuff they did next was even more bizarre. Crisis at Motel 6.
How does it get worse? How does it get worse? Okay, how does it get worse? It can't get worse from here.
It was November 2010 at a Motel 6 in South Carolina. Joseph Jones was in room 107. The caller claimed he worked for the motel. He told Jones that the previous guest hid cameras all over the room, and now those cameras were spying on him. The voice on the phone sounded urgent. Jones had to destroy the cameras immediately. The caller claimed the cameras were hidden behind the mirrors, so Jones grabbed a wrench and smashed every mirror in the room. But there was another emergency that Jones needed to take care of. Jones believed every word. He grabbed a wrench and started smashing through the wall, trying to rescue the little person on the other side. Guests in nearby rooms heard the noise.
Diabolical prank. Horrendous prank, bro. What the heck? That's the... See? And we thought YouTube pranks were annoying.
But when the banging got louder, they called the front desk. The manager found Jones standing in a wrecked room holding a wrench. She called 911. When the police showed up, Jones explained everything. The story sounded all too familiar. This had PrankNet written all over it. Later, investigations confirmed it. On that day, PrankNet members launched a series of attacks on Motel 6 locations across the country. Luckily, the motel manager didn't make Jones pay for the damage, but she still kicked him out immediately. Over the years, the pranks got fewer and fewer. Today, PrankNet is no longer active. Some members served time in prison. Others moved on with their lives. But their disturbing prank calls are...
Surprise, surprise. This is eventually just not worth it. Also, I think like less and less people would fall for it. With like the prank era of YouTube and stuff, I feel like less and less people would fall for it. Like, if it's outlandish, you can tell. Isn't the kids thing to be like, I'll be the red Ninja Turtle? Yeah. This was a lonely nerd. What did you expect?
Still online for anyone to hear. These pranksters were sitting behind their computer screens in the comfort of their own homes, creating real chaos. The truth is that what you do online can really change someone's life forever. So next time you're online, ask yourself, would you be proud to stand behind your username in real life? Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, there's another website that made people do even worse things than in this video, to the point that they even went to prison. Make sure you guys watch that video right here.
Anyways, I did not know that PrankNet or whatever it was called is called that was a thing. Oh, it's just a prank, bro. Never mind. That's not just a prank, bro. That is straight up criminal. That goes beyond being a prank. But yeah, interesting. I did not know that existed. I didn't. That's really cool. Funnily enough, I think that's cool. In a way. that simple calls, right? Simple calls can create this much trouble and mischief and problems that people would like literally like grab a TV and throw it out of the window and destroy walls to think because they think there's like a kid or whatever like behind them. It's like interesting. It's interesting to see that. What was some other ones? What were some other ones? I forgot. See, attention span 0. I forgot. What else was there? Yes, all the motel stuff. The hotels, just hotels. Interestingly enough, that they never targeted a politician. That was interesting, by the way. you mentioned hacking with links and stuff. Listen today, some of them pretend very well. They look like your official tax company asking for some money. You own them, just enter the link. Yeah. Or they look like a very convincing potential sponsor, and then you click on the link, and then it's just like, goodbye YouTube account, goodbye Twitter account, goodbye Discord. That has happened to a couple of people. That has happened to a couple of people. We recommend to be suspicious and careful. I double it. It's a dangerous time. It's dangerous times. True and real. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, that was interesting. I did not expect that. That was really interesting. I need water. I've been yapping a lot. Okay, next up, what do I want to look at? Let's see. I don't want to watch that one. Let's see. What else do I have that looks interesting that I do want to see? I'm not gonna watch Bonnie Blue. I think we'll just do this one.
Do you?
Let's see. This is gonna be horrendous. I'm assuming this will be horrendous. I'm assuming this will be horrible. I do think so. Grooms keep wrecking their weddings by Ray Like Sunshine. Interesting. We're gonna look at that. Let's see if grooms do actually wreck. Are they really? Is there really that many grooms that wreck their weddings? Interesting. Yes, the return to 99% real suggestion. Never click their link. Go by yourself. Search them in the long way on the internet and confirm if you own someone anything. Yeah. Anyways, let's see.
Do you, Anna, take John to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do. And do you, John, take Anna to be your lawfully wedded wife? I'm just gonna put you down as a maybe. I'm sick. But the grind don't stop. Well,
I can tell. And the grind does not stop. Also, you know what this reminds me of? The woman that had Chris Brown in her wedding vows. Remember that? The woman that had Chris Brown in her wedding vows? That's what this reminded me of.
welcome back to the light side of the internet. It's the weekend of Valentine's, and all through the house, every groom was caught lacking and fucked up their vows. Yes, today we're talking about men who can't stop ruining their weddings. The worst grooms of TikTok. TikTok's worst groomzillas. One of those is probably going to be the title. I haven't decided yet. I'm really just spitballing here. This is a topic that already has been covered by tons of channels, but this is Ray Like Sunshine, not Ray literally makes videos at the speed of light. Like sunshine. So while terrible grooms are not new to the internet discourse, this one TikTok that went viral back in December has really started to shine a new spotlight on the subject.
I always thought it'd be difficult.
You want a genuinely terrible groom? You want one? I'll show you one. I'll tell you one. Eddie Gluskin. You want Eddie Gluskin as a groom? Anyways.
To find someone who would love me when I was in a million pieces. It's like trying to solve a puzzle when you don't know if you have all the right pieces.
I promise to smack that ass every chance I get. Oh, that's all I got.
So usually in my videos, this is where I put a completely outrageous and unrealistic skit in to kind of just show the sheer absurdity of the moment and just how bad.
So, she prepared like a whole speech and he's just like, I tap that ass. I see no problem with it. This is a classic man moment. This is a man moment. You have someone with similar voice to this video. Interesting. I am not him. Careful.
It is. But this time I'm genuinely not even sure that I can make a skit that's worse than this. So here's a skit with a serial killer and someone who just clubs baby seals for a living. Oh my god, that is so bad, so bad. So most of you have probably seen this clip by now, but what you probably haven't seen is the full video, which is actually on YouTube and is 5 minutes long of this poor videographer trying to cobble together something cute out of this fever dream of a wedding, which, to be fair, is still a wedding. So these two are probably doing a lot better than most of us out here fighting in the trenches of Hinge, God forbid Tinder. The title of the video is Caitlyn plus Cody double dash, quote unquote.
I mean, to be fair, yes, they are doing better than the guys and gals on dating apps. You're cooked. Might as well give it up. Throw in the towel. It's over.
Wing it. I too want a partner that treats this day of celebration and dedication of our devotion to each other the same way I would treat a Phil 105 midterm. That was a joke. I need at least the dedication of a Phil 105 final, which I also failed.
I'm Cody's ex from high school.
Huh?
Yes, you may think that's weird, but it's probably more helpful than weird.
The job of a videographer.
Why did you bring... You think at this point, I don't think this is just a groom problem. The entire wedding is weird. Why do you bring up that he is your ex from high school? Why would you say that at somebody else's wedding? Why would you do that? That's just as weird. What?
And a video editor is to take the footage that you have and make it the best possible video that you can. So the fact that the editor had to start with the high school ex's speech tells you all you need to know about.
Why? Just why? This is on the level of the woman. This is exactly on the level of the woman, right? Of the woman that had Chris Brown in her wedding vows. No.
About the rest of the video.
Anywho, Cody,
I promise to smack that ass every chance I get.
this is either going to be the most beautiful couple ever, or we're all going out in the same bolt of lightning. Either way, Cody, please proceed.
She's the brains of the operation, so.
Okay.
Well,
So let's try that again.
back here.
Maybe say something. Maybe say words. You say words now.
Love you. Promise.
What the fuck? Bro is so weird. He is he's just
I'm not gonna listen to you.
Throughout this video, it's almost like so obvious that this guy just absolutely got obliterated at the wedding pregame. I feel so bad for this poor editor who had to make this wedding video. Please don't pick up. Please don't pick up. Please, I'm begging you. Please don't pick up. Hi. So I'm just calling in to check in if you really wanted your husband's vows in the video. You do? Okay. Even the officiant, who I'm assuming was this guy's friend, was asking the groom if he was absolutely sure that this was the vow that he wanted to stick with. Multiple times.
Is that it? Are you sure?
I didn't write nothing down.
That's what you're going out with?
That's what I'm going with.
Cool.
Bro, if my wedding turns out this retarded, just shoot me, bro. Just shoot me. Just shoot me. I like if like my kids come up to me and are like and my wedding was like this, and I'd be like, the kids would be like, can I see yours and mom's wedding video? And I'm like, no, wedding video? There is no wedding video. There's never been a wedding video. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. We didn't make one. This be my most secret of all secrets.
He does have the eye of the tiger. Are you sure about that?
This is basically someone winning a grand prize on a game show and then picking the worst possible prize possible. Congratulations on winning The Price is Right. You can pick from any of today's prizes, including an all-expenses-paid vacation of Bora Bora, a brand new fully kitted out Mercedes, or even $100,000. I want the sign of the rat. What? I want the sign of the rat. You know that's just cardboard, right? I'm aware. Like, are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah, I want the fucking rat. I think you're legally obligated to take one of the actual prizes. Fine, I'll take the vacation. But I still want the rat. If I was getting married and my fiance's ex's speech was better than my fucking fiance's, that would be the second worst thing to happen in my dating life. But the overall vibe of the video is still pretty positive, and I really can't judge the guy.
If I was the woman, I would have folded the X on the spot. I would have folded the X on the spot. And you know why? Because that has no place there. I think personally, the groom is an absolute clown, right? The groom is a clown. Like a full-on, absolute and utter clown. However, the X is just like straight up, like, did something humiliating. I don't know how to put it. Kids, I actually married to your mom. Oh, I'm in the past. Yes, you are.
Too much of the bride seems like she's still having a good time. And that seems like a common theme with all these god-awful wedding vow videos. And the bride is just left trying to hold back tears and trying to justify the guy's actions of why he's such a piece of shit. Piece of shit. Sorry, the script must be wrong. I meant piece of shit.
I was and always will be one of the easiest people to please. Only two things are required to keep me happy: keep my belly full and my balls empty. Failure in
Why? Why? Yes, but why?
amazing at half of it, we really need to get you some cooking lessons. Even when my belly isn't full, there is no one I could ever love more in this lifetime, unless I actually get a chance to meet Margot Robbie.
You know, at least
There we have the male equivalent to... It's not Chris Brown. No.
at least the last guy just kind of winged it. This guy thought of these vows, wrote down these vows, had someone check over these vows, hopefully not, and still decided that this was a perfectly good wedding vow to stick with in front of all his friends and family. You know, there's no achievement for speedrunning divorce, right? It's almost as if this guy was on purpose trying to select every single worst conversation option in an RPG game.
Y'all make life worth living, giving every breath of every day a purpose. Life gets even better when the kids fall asleep and you tell me to come to the bedroom. Nothing's better than the sound of gagging and headboard slamming. P.S. Since you're
Why? Why would you put that in the wedding vow? Why would you do that? Maybe I'm too much of a prude, but why would you do that? Is nothing sacred anymore? I mean, nothing is sacred anymore, but is nothing sacred anymore?
so good at making decisions, like marrying me, you can choose whether tonight's gonna end with being a toaster, strudel, or a Twinkie.
I'm speechless. Being that I am his mom, I will deal with him later. He is grounded.
Ah, yes. It's certainly every mother's dream to have a son to grow up like this. Congratulations, Mrs. Smith. It's a boy. Wow. He's so beautiful. What are you gonna name him? Charles. I can't wait for him to grow up into a man, and then I can officiate his wedding and then listen to every single specific detail about his sex life while his bride-to-be stands there awkwardly trying to hold off tears. So do you want me to abbreviate that last part, or do you just want me to leave the entire thing on the birth certificate? Okay, maybe it's just that I'm a first-gen born Asian American and I don't understand. So I have a question for all you Caucasian folks out here. Is this a white person thing? Are white people okay with their kids not only saying this to their spouse-to-be, but also to their fucking face?
No, not that I'm aware. Not that I'm aware. Don't lump me in with these people. I believe marriage is sacred, not whatever these people were doing.
I have an Asian mom. I know, big surprise. I bet you couldn't tell. If these were my vows, I think they would have disowned me and literally taken away my last name. I wouldn't be Ray like Sunshine anymore. I wouldn't even be Ray literally makes videos at the speed of light like Sunshine. I would just be Ray like. Ray likes you. Okay, but in all seriousness, if your wedding vows make your mom ground you, immediately jail. And so Ray, you ask, is it only vows that groomzillas are ruining? No. No, it isn't.
But why? Why? But why? What happened?
Okay, first of all, what the fuck are those? No, not the shirt, not the gun. Those. Why would you wear cargo pants to your own wedding? I'm no fashionista, but at least put on something a bit more classy like clown pants. Anything but shin-high cargo shorts. And I love, and please understand I say love in the most sarcastic way possible, how not only does this man destroy his wedding cake by throwing the cake into, not onto, into the bride, but then he proceeds to pretend to help her, only to throw what's left of the cake and his dignity into the bride again. But considering the cargo pants, I think it was more
I mean, let's go back a little bit.
And he proceeds to pretend to help.
Let's go back even a further little bit.
But shin-high cargo shorts. And I love, and please understand I say love in the most sarcastic way possible, how not only...
Well... you see that? You see that?
Understand I say love in the most sarcastic way possible, how...
See how she grabs the cake that is on there?
Not only does this...
And then shoves it onto him? This is... Buddy, you are portraying this wrong. This is a mutual retardation. Wedding retardation. So she grabs the piece of cake that he just cut off, grabs it, smashes it into his into the back of his head, and then he grabs the cake and just yanks it onto her. While the violence here isn't proportionate, while it isn't proportionate, they're both wrong. They're both at fault. I got immersive Mega Altaria. Yeah, I saw it. I just got Mega Absol for now. That's it.
This man destroy his wedding cake by throwing the cake into, not onto, into the bride, but then he proceeds to pretend to help her, only to throw what's left of the cake and his dignity into the bride again. But considering the cargo pants, I think it was more cake and less dignity. This might be my hottest take yet and may get me canceled, so I apologize in advance. But at what point is it the groom's fault for acting like a 12-year-old at his wedding? And at what point is it the bride's fault for overlooking the red flags, nay, flashing red alert lights with klaxons blaring in the background, and get to the point where she said,
well, I do think that the bride here is quite a bit at fault. Said
yes to marrying a drunk 12-year-old. Was that too hot of a take? That was too hot of a take, wasn't it? I'm gonna just sail away for a second. And it's not just their vows. It's not just the cake. It's not just their lack of basic black tie attire. Like, come on, you could have just gone to Men's Warehouse. Or like Joss A. Bank and gotten 3 suits for $50. And use it as toilet paper afterwards. Men seem to even be able to ruin their wedding walkouts. And that's like the easiest part of a wedding.
Cynthia Umunzi is her name. She's actually had to take this down off of TikTok because as she's walking back down the aisle, her husband is holding her hand. With his left hand, he's on his phone checking messages.
Terrence.
There is some quite outlandish shit I have to say though, some weddings, there's another wedding I remember that was ruined by the bride, because she basically just offered food that nobody wanted to eat, and nobody touched the food. To the point where people started ordering pizza instead, because nobody wanted the disgusting food.
Terrence, why are you on your phone? The wedding photographer is right there. Shh, 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 shh. I have this 2-leg parlay going on with the boys right now. The Niners are definitely going to win the Super Bowl without going into overtime. Terrence, this is our wedding day. Don't worry. I just used all the money we're going to spend on our honeymoon. Once I win, we're definitely buying that house that you wanted. This man better have been texting his grandma on her deathbed or getting a Snapchat from Margot Robbie, because there is no excuse for using a phone in this situation, or in any situation. Doesn't matter if you're at a wedding, doesn't matter if you're at your girlfriend's graduation, it doesn't even matter if you're recording a— Oh, my mom just sent me a picture of Taco. Look at him.
That's a fat fucking cat, boy. That's a fat fucking boy. Most certainly. Yeah, I've seen the video. Forever Young won the Breeders' Cup. Immediately gets turned into an Uma.
Isn't he the best boy? Subscribe for more taco videos. And of course, I saved the worst for last. Just kidding, I actually saved the best for last. Look, as much as the internet is making us think that everyone out here is just trying to fuck us over, I think it's important to remember that most people out there are good people, no matter their backgrounds or whatever they believe in. And the people that I show in this video and in all my other videos are exceptions rather than the rule. And I just wanted to end us on a lighter note. Anyways, I think I'm gonna wrap it up there, guys. If you're still here, thank you so much for watching, and thank you guys so much for over 30,000 subscribers. Whether you're new here or you've been on the light side of the internet for a while now, I will be sure to see you in the next one. Okay, bye.
This was awful. This is awful. Now I need the woman version of brides ruining weddings and having bad wedding vows and ordering food that nobody wants to eat, and what else was there? What else was there? Having Chris Brown in the vows. That's a thing. Which somehow happened. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. We're doing the Uma video now. I put this off long enough. We need to do the Uma video. 33 minutes of Uma Musume. Here we go. Voice dying. Hello. Anyways. Please remember this Uma Musume by Pyrex. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. I don't know which Uma we are talking about, so can't even forget something if I don't even know it. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Here we go.
それでは改めまして自己紹介をしましょう。こんにちは、アストンマーちゃんです。
Aston Marchan. Nope. Does not ring a bell. Does not ring a bell at all.
よろしくね。
In Uma Musume, the drive is always present to obtain an ever-growing pool of Umas to race. Even if a player is unable to obtain a specific character, information regarding them can still be found in the game's trainer notes. Though a brief overview.
Wait, is it the one with is this video about the one with the star eyes? The one that I found super cute?
With some features still locked, the player can still view Umas they've yet to obtain, with most being unreleased in the global version. These Umas are added if a player has either encountered or raced against them in their careers. This is the case for all but one Uma, who doesn't appear unless pulled. Until that point, she ceases to exist in that world. So why is this the case? Why does
Okay, no. Okay, no. Well, interesting. Okay, wait. So this one just exists in the game. That's it. She just exists in the game.
this Uma
Oh, look there. She has like some hearts up there, or whatever you want to call them. Like a white and blue and a red and blue? A red and white? That's cute. And like a little crown. That's cute. That's cute. Also, there's no thing around her ears. Instead, it's around her hair on this side. Huh. Interesting.
Musume remain hidden despite the strong urge to be remembered. Who is this Uma? And what was the career of the racehorse she was modeled after? Today, I intend to dive into these topics and present to you a story of regret and remembrance, a rivalry that never was, and a memory fleetly fading with time. This is the story of Aston Machan, a legacy that will never be forgotten. This video will act as one of two parts covering both the real-life history and Uma Musume version of Aston Machan and her career. This video will mainly focus on real-life events with some Uma Musume tie-ins. Machan's story is a roller coaster, and I plan to release a full in-game analysis.
So she is in the game, but why is she like forgettable? Huh.
When she's available for global players, so they may experience it for themselves. So first and foremost, let's tackle the main topic at hand. Why is Aston Machan presented in the first episode of Uma Musume's third season? Specifically, with shots revolving around Daiwa Scarlet and vodka. She has no speaking roles and just stares into the camera. Aston Machan—
Wait, she's just there? She's just there. She is like, just wait. She's just in one episode and then just like as it's like a non-voiced character just standing there, not doing anything? What? Why even? Huh?
Machan was active during the same time as Daiwa Scarlet and vodka. As her history unfolds in this video, you will see why she slowly was forgotten. Every Uma present in the game have their real-life identities acquired through licensing agreements with various horse owners. This is often facilitated directly by the JRA. Some owners will simply allow their horses to be represented, while others will have specific requests they'd like implemented in the game and anime series. For Aston Machan, her Uma Musume counterpart was supervised heavily by her original owner. Machan is the only Uma to break the fourth wall in this series, directly staring into the camera, or shuffling her way into shots if the camera pans or cuts away from her. This is an attempt for her to never be forgotten. A statement was she—
That's a cute way to put that there. Interesting, I wonder where that is going though. I really wonder, because she has no speaking role in the anime. None.
absolutely obsessed with. During instances where Machan is the main focus of a scene in the game, she'll always be staring straight at the camera, as if she's not speaking to any other in-world characters, but instead to you as the player, directly requesting you to remember her and not be forgotten. Aston Machan was a mare born on March 5, 2004, at the Shadai farm in Hokkaido. Her sire was Admire Kozin, and her dam Rustling Copes. Kozin was a two-time G1 winner both at the Asahi High Futurity Stakes and the Yasuda Kinen. Aston Machan would be among the first crop of Admire Kozin. From birth, the farm personnel had evaluated Machan as a horse of great potential. Due to this, Machan was placed in one of many JRA select sales, where promising foals are put up for sale to be acquired by various owners. It was highly believed that with the promising evaluation, Machan would be purchased in no time. What was unexpected was the individual who would purchase Machan. Even with an impressive evaluation, initially, Machan found no potential buyers. This was mainly due to the fact of her being the first crop of Kozin offspring. No previous data was available, which deferred many potential buyers. Eventually, Aston Machan was purchased by Dr. Mayumi.
So, let me get this straight. That means that, Buyers are harder to find if essentially if there's no data of how the offsprings perform. Previous offsprings. Is that what this means? Sounds like it, at least.
Tosa, who was a female physician. Machan would be, according to available records, the first horse owned and raced by Mayumi, who at the time was still a widely unknown name in the world of horse racing. The name Aston Martin comes from a combination from the British luxury car brand Aston Martin, alongside Mayumi's school nickname of Machan. Mayumi was a fan of James Bond, and wanted her newly
That's cool. A fan of James Bond. That's cool. That's interesting. That's really cool.
acquired mare to run as fast as the car driven by him, the Aston Martin. Aston Machan, following the acquisition by Mayumi, would be placed in the Rito Training Center, where she'd eventually be paired with Sei Ishizaka. Like many others, Ishizaka was skeptical of Machan's potential, being the first crop of Kozine offspring. During the training that followed, and despite the mass skepticism, Machan showed great potential. She was incredibly light on her feet, allowing her to show excellent speed as training progressed. Machan was also a fast learner, being among the most advanced group in terms of progress leading to her 2-year-old year. Just like her name, both Mayumi and Ishizaka believed that Machan could perform well even in state-graded races. On July 22, 2006, Aston Machan entered the Kokura racecourse for her debut. Though Machan showed promising speed during training, it was still unclear what racing aptitude suited her best. For this race, Machan would also be ridden by the renowned jockey Yutaka Take. Machan would be second favorite even with Take as her jockey and her impressive.
Interesting. Okay. That's a familiar face. We know that face. Have you heard about the new Japanese Prime Minister? Yes, I have. I know. Also, hi, I'm a fan. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Speed. The favorite was Charmant Rennie, jockeyed by Ryuji Wada. Though second favorite, the odds difference was minimal between the two racers. Take decided to use this as an opportunity to teach Machan how to race, easing her into the scene rather than forcing her to go all out.
Thick horsewoman legs, anyways.
A racehorse can show promising talent, but having an exceptional jockey can only elevate that performance. Over the course of the race, Take kept steady pace of Machan, and on the final homestretch, a fierce battle erupted between the two favorites. Machan would ultimately lose this race to Rennie, and a new discovery would be unveiled about Machan as well. At the final homestretch, Machan, as Take recounts, seemed startled and began losing focus, drifting outward as the race progressed. This caused Machan to be overtaken. She struggled with concentration, and this was something that her trainer took note of, aiming to help her overcome this hurdle alongside her. Even though she placed second, it was clear that Machan could perform well in short distance.
Interesting. Okay, we got short distances here in this case. Yeah, let's see. Lisa, let's see where this is going.
Distance races. Due to this, the following 3 races Machan would participate in would range from 1200 to 1400 meters, and the results only act to solidify her.
Yeah, second, and then 3 times first. Also, 2006. I wonder if she's still around. Probably not.
Strength in short distance racing. In her second race, the 2-year-old maiden, Machan would hang in second place and alongside Wada, overtake the leading position, securing a victory by a half length. At the knee-size stakes, Machan's third race, something extraordinary quickly unfolded. Samejima, a relatively new jockey, kept Machan in second place, pacing her until the final homestretch. This strategy was the same Samejima had used with another horse of Ishizaka's stable, Paradise Bird. As they approached the final 200 meters, Machan challenged her first place position, and before long, overtook the lead, securing a confident victory. To the audience, Machan was strong. She blitzed past the leading position, but she didn't look like she was anywhere near her limit. Machan's fourth race, the Fantasy Stakes, would once more pair her with Take. This race was Machan's longest distance in her career, being 1400 meters. Now, before you go commenting that the change in aptitude is minor, it plays a great impact specifically on horses adept to shorter aptitudes. Unlike sprint races, which Machan had been participating in, A horse cannot simply run at full speed from start to finish without issue.
Okay, see, since she's like, forgotten in a sense, I wonder how this career and her career ends. I'm curious, but I mean, a horse usually lasts 10 years. That's not true. Is it not up to 25? I think. No, it's not 10 years. No, it's 22 to 20 22 to 28 years. So yeah, you're incorrect. You're completely incorrect. What? For some reason this Teddy Ur says green, catch it.
Mile distances and greater act to test a horse's cardiovascular endurance and energy conservation. For horses with limited stamina, burst acceleration, or haste to run away, mile races and beyond are simply out of reach. The media, who had praised Machan for her speed, were now divided with her participation in the fantasy stakes. As the race began, it was visibly clear that Take was trying to keep Machan calm, forcing her to retain a steady pace. Had Take not attempted to control Machan, she would have surged to the front as she'd done many times before. Even a well-seasoned jockey like Take.
So he's holding her back. Also calm. Why would she be? Yeah, probably the length makes her more stressed out. Okay.
Struggled to keep Machan restrained until they reached the final homestretch. As they approached the final straight, Take allowed Machan to run freely, and she did not disappoint. Boasting a display of explosive acceleration, Machan easily broke away from the rest of the pack, and won the fantasy stakes by 5 lengths over the second place recipient, Excuse. This wasn't only a staggering victory, but also a record-setting time of 1 minute 20.3 seconds. This victory not only relieved Take, but also Aston Machan's trainer and owner. This 200-meter difference didn't cause Machan a devastating loss, but instead provided a glimpse into a bright future to come in her career. In the
so she's probably going to be running on more longer races, right? So wait, so it was like she would run like 1,400 meters, so this one will be 1,600, right? I didn't pay attention fully.
Game following this race, Aston Machan will ask the player, "Did your heart race? Were you excited?" The simple answer is yes. The fans, Take, Mayumi, and Ishizaka were all overjoyed by Machan's stellar performance. Take would later comment on Machan's performance in the fantasy stakes, and his reasoning behind holding Machan back for so long. At this point, the media was already drumming up Aston Machan's name. She was an incredibly strong filly, and many believed that she had the capabilities of winning the upcoming Oka show, the first leg of the Triple Tiara. The record time was already.
Ooh, let's see if she actually gets the Triple Tiara, or is this another case of Phantom Triple Tiara?
Impressive, but what was even more staggering to witness was Machan's ability to distance herself by 5 lengths with ease over a mere 100 meters. Take would state that he was all too aware of Machan's inability to retain focus, and due to this, he'd wait until the last possible moment to allow her to fully burst forward. Machan had a tendency to let her mind wander, so Take did all he could to remain vigilant and lead.
So, ADHD horse. That's a new one.
Lead Machan for a majority of the race, though Take would state that Machan appeared to have eased her way into racing, and this race in particular did yield results. He also would state that as the competition got stronger, Machan's lack of concentration would be her greatest weakness. Take would continue, addressing Machan's aptitude. Though she was fast in the final 100 meters, Take observed that Machan simply wanted to rush forward, and due to this, he concluded that her best distance would most likely remain at 1,200 meters. A month later, on December 3rd, 2006, Aston Machan would participate in the Hashin Juvenile Fillies, her first participation in a G1 race. Once more, Take would take the reins, ready to guide Machan to another victory and overcome her lack of concentration. This race would be 1,600 meters in length, and due to Machan's previous fantasy stakes win, her team was confident that she could display her monster
Okay, so the first, so that confirms it. The previous one was 1,600 meters. Interesting. So she's an airhead. Yeah, she's an airhead essentially. Yeah, that describes it also well. Cannot concentrate, and wants to do whatever she feels like, kind of.
Her speed, even with a 400-meter difference over her preferred aptitude. Machan would be the favorite to win, sitting at a 1.6 to 1 odds. As the race began, right out of the gate, Machan attempted to surge forward. Even with his vast experience, Take still struggled to manage her, eventually calming her and positioning themselves in 5th place along the inside of the course. Fans were seeing once more both Machan's speed and Take's expertise in action. Sticking close to the rails until the final corner, Take kept control of Machan, and down the final straight, Take broke through the leading group and Machan surged forward. Just like the fantasy stakes, they began distancing the lead horses. But unlike the fantasy stakes, this time, a new challenger would emerge. From the far outside pursued a Dark Bay filly, one displaying a monstrous spurt to catch the leading position. Soon, a head-to-head duel began between Machan and this Dark Bay filly, and ultimately, Machan would lose by a neck. The horse who challenged Machan's incredible speed and proved victorious was named Vodka.
Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, Vodka does this. Now here comes the question. Forgotten. Is this gonna be like a continuous situation where Vodka is just gonna grab the win? Barely? Huh.
Vodka, though at the time still widely unknown, was a racehorse capable of strong performances. Utilizing longer strides inherited from her sire, Tanino Gimlet, she showed a clear display of potential defeating Machan in this race. Vodka wasn't the favorite, but sat 4th to win this race. Vodka also had recently entered the racing scene, only debuting a month before racing off against Machan. This race would be the beginning of a dominant presence in the racing world by Vodka, one that would redefine her generation, and leave a lasting impact on the world of horse racing. Vodka was strong, but her jockey, Hirofumi Shi, was also a well-seasoned jockey in his own regard. She had ridden Agnes Did.
So what basically happened is, so what I'm thinking is gonna happen from here on out, Vodka is gonna continuously steal the spotlight, and that's why Machan is gonna be forgotten, or like kind of like no light shall be put upon her. Nah, I don't think that's the reason why she's named Vodka. I don't think because of the drink. Maybe, but I don't think so.
In the 2001 Autumn Tenno show, ending the legendary reign of the Overlord, TM Opera O. Reflecting on this defeat, the normally calm and collected Take would comment, "The opponent was just too strong. She's strong." Aston Machan's training assistant, Kazuya Ueda, also would state, "She, Machan, was born in the wrong era." Though harsh, these words sadly would hold true. Aston Machan being born not only in the same era as Vodka, but also Daiwa Scarlet, two names that you're familiar with, so it's quite ironic how the name Aston Machan remained foreign until you watch this video. It's a perfect example of Ueda's comment. Aston Machan was neither weak nor incapable. In fact, she was far from it. Although she was strong, the juvenile fillies race proved that there were opponents far stronger, ones who would lead on to define their era. Trainer Ishizaka would take this loss as a lesson, confident Machan.
Maybe that's why she doesn't say anything, because essentially the spotlight, like signs showing that like her presence basically was there but overshadowed by Daiwa Scarlet and Vodka.
Could still handle 1600-meter races, and still had high hopes for her 3-year-old racing year. Their next aim would be the Oka show, but the question still remained. Could Machan win over such strong opponents? With 2006 coming to a close, Machan would race 5 total times, placing first in 3, and second in 2, an impressive record for her 2-year-old year. As 2007 began, Aston Machon would race in the Phillies Review held on March 11th. This race, alongside the Tulip Show, is regarded as one of the 2 major trial races for the Oka Show. The Review is 1,400 meters in length, 200 meters shorter than the juvenile Phillies race Machon participated in the previous year. Machon's rival, Vodka, had also won the Tulip Show the previous week, setting the stage for Machon to prove herself in the second trial race leading up to the Oka Show. Unsurprisingly, Take remained as Machon's jockey, and Machon once more was the overwhelming favorite to win. Take, just like he did previously, restrained Machon from bursting forward straight out of the gate, easing her into 3rd place as the race continued, allowing Machon to fully spurt down the final straight. She quickly overtook the lead effortlessly, claiming a victory by 2.5 lengths over the 2nd place recipient, Amano Cherry Run. Even with this victory, and redemption from her previous defeat, something didn't sit right with Take. After the race, he commented that Machon has too much speed. Though it could be seen as a compliment, it was not a statement of unqualified.
So, why is my voice dying? So, this is in fact going to be just like, she's just overshadowed by all the other strong horses. She's just overshadowed by all the other strong horses. I guess Soviet horse, no, Japanese horse. Most of them are, almost all of them are Japanese.
Praise. Take didn't simply state that Machon was fast, but the fact that she was too fast. Her uncontrollable urge to run at full speed straight out of the gate consumed far too much stamina, making increased distances difficult for her to overcome. According to Take, there were many things Machon still needed to learn in racing. The Oka Show will be on the outer track and the competition fierce. Even with these comments, trainer Ishizaka would still hold hope in winning the Oka Show. When faced with the media, he advised them to share the reality of Machon's situation and not simply her triumphs. This was an ever-growing uphill battle, and despite being best suited for 1,200-meter races, her team pushed forward to have her compete in greater distances. As the Oka Show rapidly approached, horse racing journalists analyzed the filly rankings and produced their findings. At the top spot, undisputed, stood Vodka, as an
Yeah, 99 points. The strongest one. Easily not comparable. That makes sense.
overwhelming favorite with 9.
Then you would be Daiwa Scarlet, right? Just straight up. That makes sense. That does make sense as well.
99 points. Below Vodka was Daiwa Scarlet, standing at 94. And below both of them stood Aston Machon, tied in 3rd place with 83 points, with Excuse and Nishino Charmy. Vodka's evaluation was overwhelming, and her status as the main favorite for the Oka Show remained unshaken. Scarlet, who sat 1 place under Vodka, had only narrowly lost to her at the Tulip Show.
Yeah, barely. That's rough. Yeah, she was, in fact, born in the wrong generation. That is very clear now. Yeah, she was born in the wrong generation. Sad.
Even so, Scarlet was still highly regarded due to her exceptional pedigree, being a granddaughter of Sunday Silence and the progeny of Agnes Tachyon. As stated before, Machon, due to her sprinting aptitude, was simply born in the wrong generation. She was an adept to greater distances, and to top it all off, she shared the race course with 2 monsters of her generation. Even with her strength, Machon began to fade into their shadow. On April 8, 2007, Aston Machon would enter the race course against these 2 era-defining mares. Vodka, jockeyed by Hirofumi Shi, stood as the overwhelming fan favorite with a 1.4 to 1 odds. Aston Machon, once more jockeyed by Yutaka Take, stood second at a 5.2 to 1 odds. Under Machon was Daiwa Scarlet, jockeyed by Katsumi Ando, who stood at a 5.9 to 1 odds. It is
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. She's gonna be able to pull up against these people 100%. It's sad. It's sad. I hope that her Uma Musume story has in fact a good ending.
It's important to note that in this race, the fourth horse, Shonan Talent, would stand at a staggering 34.7 to 1 odds, and fifth favorite, Emmy's Smile, stood at 44.6 to 1.
Emmy's Smile, that's a cute name.
It was obvious, even if evaluated lower than Vodka and Scarlet, many still saw Machan's potential to emerge victorious at the Oka show. The audience expected to see a fierce three-way battle for the finish, with these three favorites each pushing the other to their limit. The truth is, two would live up to that expectation, with one falling further behind in their shadow. This race in particular is a primary reason for Machan's appearance in Uma Musume as a background character to Scarlet and Vodka, a ghost who never utters a single word, yet demands the viewers' undivided attention. Unlike previous races, Take wouldn't be able to restrain Machan. Showing her usual temperament, defying Take, Machan would run at full speed to second place approaching the final corner.
She's gonna lose this probably because she just used up way too much power. Right? Because he lost control. Hopefully there's no injury incoming. I am seeing it though.
Crossing into the final homestretch, Machan would drift further behind. Take, who had already expressed his concern with Machan on longer aptitudes, would once more comment that Machan continued to show sprinter tendencies. Had she run smoothly with the flow of Take's,
I think she could have won here, but that's probably, unfortunately, not really the case. Yeah, maybe it was from the get-go not a good decision to make her run longer aptitudes if that's just not her category.
Guidance. He had full belief that she could have contested both Vodka and Scarlet at the Oka show. Scarlet emerged victorious, with Vodka narrowly taking second place. This would mark the shift in their generation, with Scarlet and Vodka trailblazing a legacy together, while Aston Machan would be forced to follow a different path. It had become clear that Machan thrived in sprints, but the devastating loss at the Oka show only acted to solidify this thought. Even with Take at the reins, races beyond that aptitude were not suitable for Machan at all. After the Oka show, Aston Machan's team decided to give her a long break and plan for the future. This break would last from April to July in 2007. As Machan rested, her rivals would continue to make history. Vodka would be the first mare in 64 years to win the Tokyo Yushun, the Japanese Derby, and Scarlet would not only win the Oka show, but would go on later in that year to win the Shuka show as well. Heeding Take's previous...
Yeah, she just had no chance whatsoever. Yep, no chance, nope. Absolutely impossible.
Assessment on Machan. The path was set to pursue a career of only sprint races, staying true to Machan's natural aptitude. On August 12, 2007, Machan will return to the racing scene, participating in the Kitakyushu Kinen, a G3 sprint race. Her jockey this time was Yasunari Iwata, who had previously won his first graded race with Believe. Machan was the overwhelming favorite, sitting at a 1.8 to 1 odds. As the race began, Machan showed great promise, displaying to the audience the difference between her behavior in this race to her longer distance ones. She displayed her natural speed, and while other experienced sprinters struggled to push forward, Machan would continue her confident pace. As they hit the final homestretch, Machan would fall behind, with 5 racers in total surpassing her. This ultimately resulted in Machan placing 6th, and left many questions for her team to tackle. This stage should have been ideal for her, so why did she falter? Was this not her preferred aptitude? Was the team's guidance wrong? A dominating display in her 2-year-old year left one answer: the fact that she had matured early, and now her performance began to plateau.
Oh, so horses can mature early and then just like fail often? That's kind of sad though.
Concerns also existed of overcorrection. Perhaps her time with Take and longer aptitudes resulted in mental instability. With lingering concerns, the team was forced to press onward to their main target, yet another G1 race, the Sprinter Stakes. On September 30th, 2007, that day would finally arrive. This was Ma-chan's opportunity to redeem herself and prove her mastery in sprint races. In preparation for this race, Ma-chan had practiced more on slope-based tracks, aiming to strengthen her body. Over time, her results became visibly clear. Her muscle mass increased, and she rose 10 kilograms in the course of a month. For the sprinter stakes, Aston Ma-chan wouldn't be jockeyed by Yutaka Take. Take had already previously agreed to riding Suzuka Phoenix in the very same race. Phoenix, who was owned by Keiji Nagai, the same owner of Silent Suzuka, had a long-standing relationship with Take.
I just find the decision to not give her a proper role in the anime, I don't know. Kind of find that sad. It's kind of depressing.
Due to the current circumstances, Ma-chan would be jockeyed by Eiji Nakadate. This proved to be peculiar for many fans, seeing as Nakadate had been active over 10 years earlier, and was the main jockey for the great filly Hishi Amazon. Even into the 2000s, he remained a top jockey, ranking among the top 10 nationwide. This mainly came as a shock, since at this point in his career, Nakadate primarily only rode local tracks. Nakadate had claimed many wins in regional races, even achieving 100 wins in a year, but these days, it was rare to see him in a Central G1 race. Of course, this unexpected addition garnered the question, why him? As conversation continued, skepticism quickly grew to excitement. Eventually, the common answer was reached. Nakadate would allow Aston Ma-chan to take the lead and be a true front runner. You see, Nakadate wasn't only the jockey for Hishi Amazon, but another horse you're all too familiar with from Uma Musume, a front-running horse that ran with everything they had, an unprecedented.
Oh, interesting. For who, though? What is her name? I forgot her name. Mostly because nobody really... I don't have her. Is she even a usable horse? I forgot. Maybe she is. I don't know. I don't have her.
Did a front-running strategy that would even defeat Rice Shower. Nakadate was the main jockey for Twin Turbo, and of
I don't
all
think she exists yet. Not even as a card, nothing. I'm pretty sure. But I've seen her before.
types of running, he was well known as a master front runner. The team behind Ma-chan fully intended to unleash her abundant sprinting ability, and utilizing one of Japan's best in the field, they had their sights set to win the Sprinter Stakes. Up until this point, Ma-chan had run cautiously, but that caution was thrown aside to allow Ma-chan to do what she defiantly attempted so many times before, to run to her heart's content. There was no turning back, and the team, alongside Ishizaka, had taken precaution to ensure this transition went smoothly. The track this time would be heavy due to rain, a condition requiring brute strength to overcome. Luckily for Aston Ma-chan, her team had already trained her to possess that monstrous strength required. As the gates opened, Lohengrin, jockeyed by Hirofumi Shi, exploded out of the gate, displaying a perfect start to the Sprinter Stakes. Even this start would be easily surpassed though. Unleashing all her power and unrestricted by her jockey, Ma-chan made an incredible push to the front, easily surpassing and overtaking Lohengrin. This was shocking to everyone watching. This wasn't a debut race. This was a G1 with every horse being a top racer in.
So the entire problem comes down to the aptitude for her just being in like these other races just being wrong for her, and that she needed the sprint races. Okay, well, that's kind of sad though. It's kind of sad though. The attempt of making her something she's not damaged her reputation essentially.
In terms of speed and acceleration, even with this roster of expert sprinters, Ma-chan had surpassed them all. She was faster than them all. Even with the heavy track conditions, Ma-chan led. Nakadate's guidance finally allowed Ma-chan to fully thrive on the course. She maintained her lead uncontested, keeping 3 lengths between her and second position. This lasted until the final homestretch, where she'd extend that lead to 4 lengths. As pursuers narrowed the gap, Ma-chan crossed the finish line, From start to finish, she yielded her lead to no one. After so many trials and so much hardship, Aston Machon had finally claimed her long-awaited G1 victory, establishing herself as a new sprint queen. This race will also be a milestone for Nakadate, winning his first G1 race in 13 years. He later—
Ooh, interesting. Yikes. Interesting, okay. Feel life.
state that he'd have his own strategy to have Machon win, but Ishizaka simply told him to bring out Machon's full power. No restrictions, no stress, just ride in a relaxed position. Nakadate was extremely grateful to Ishizaka for this request, allowing him to reignite the passion he had to race on a big stage. To say the response from Machon's team was emotional would be an understatement. Nearly every single member were on the verge of tears for Machon's win, finally being able to see her full potential after so many roadblocks in her career. Even though she would never stand aside Vodka or Scarlet, she had made her mark, claiming a victory on the greatest stage for Japan's sprinters. Aston Machon was still a 3-year-old horse, and it had been 15 years since a horse that young had claimed a victory at the Sprinters Stakes. Only Nishino Flower had done the same before in 1992, making Machon the second 3-year-old horse ever to win. Machon was also younger.
Well, she did have some great achievements, then I wouldn't consider her that forgotten. I think it's also just like the portrayal, right? Her being in like one episode of season 3 and then like not even doing that much, just like existing, standing there menacingly. That's kind of also a problem, I think.
Than Flower at this time, making her the youngest horse in Japan's history to win, only elevating the accolades. Even with this monumental victory, it sadly will remain in the shadow of the 2 super fillies of her generation. Sadly, as we've seen many times before, with this victory would come a tragic downfall.
Oh nah, we're gonna get hurt. We're gonna get hurt and pain. Horse. Yeah, Lucine, horse. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, Zoom, they tried to harass me, but I didn't give them the attention. Just straight up permanently hide. I don't have time for that. Eventually they're gonna run out of accounts and it doesn't matter.
Her 10th race would be at the Swan Stakes, where alongside Nakadate, she'd devastate the audience and finish 14th. With Machon being a young horse, expectations were still high to see a turn in her career in the Hong Kong Sprint in December. Equine influenza forced Machon to withdraw, and once more, it was announced that she'd rest for the remainder of the year. On February 10th, 2008, Aston Machon entered the Silk Road Stakes, this time accompanied once more by Yutaka.
So she got sick, and then was just gone for an entire year. Yeah, it usually goes downhill from here, so yeah.
Take. Instead of trying to ease into longer distances, Take would allow Machon to show her full strength in her preferred 1200 meter distance. Even with this once more being Machon's specialized aptitude, she'd ultimately place 10th. Even Take was unsure of what
Aww. Aww, that's sad. No. Let's see how this ends.
Had occurred. Unlike before, he hadn't felt anything off with Machon, nor did he act to hold the reins to command her to pace. Like previous evaluations, Machon was still young, and only showed potential to grow as her team planned to race her in the Takamatsunomiya Kinen in March. Following this, her team had high hopes and planned to race her overseas. But that did not happen. A newspaper—
No. Where are we going with this? No. She's gonna die young, isn't she?
Article published in April 2008 would be headlined, Aston Machon, Sudden Death.
So she dies young. No! I hate this!
Death due to acute heart failure. The article continued, Aston Machon, last year's Sprinter Stakes winner, who had been treated at the Rito Training Center Clinic for X-colitis, died on April 21st, 2008. She had 11 career starts and 5 wins, including 4 graded victories. X colitis is colitis of unknown causes. According to a JRA doctor, Kiminobu Yoshinari, mental factors such as stress are also considered. Only 5 to 6 horses per year develop it in the JRA. Some recover, and some do.
5 to 6. So she was one of those 5 to 6. And then one of those that did not recover and died.
Do not. Machan had received dedicated treatment for about 2 months, but the staff's wishes for her to recover would never be fulfilled. To say Machan's death hit her team hard would be a drastic understatement. No one took the loss more severely than Ishizaka, who was haunted by regret and blamed himself for Machan's premature passing. Her instability, though often seen as overexcitement, was a sign that Ishizaka truly feels he ignored. Though this video has shown clear care for Aston Machan, Ishizaka truly felt he could have done more to...
See, isn't this like instability? This isn't like Still in Love, right? Where like it's caused by the inbreeding. Well, we don't know. We don't know, but still, I'm wondering if that might have something to do with it, right? Because a lot of these are kind of inbred in a way.
Care for her, to properly address her mental instability. Reporter Daiki Matsunami will later publish just how much Machan's declining health impacted Ishizaka. A phone call had come to inform Matsunami of Machan's condition. At the time, he was with trainer Ishizaka, who heard each word relayed about Machan's declining health. Matsunami described his expression as solemn. Ishizaka truly loved Aston Machan, and even with the struggle getting her suited to certain aptitudes, he always tried his best to make sure everything ran smoothly. Matsunami would continue, contrasting this moment of sadness when Ishizaka relayed their plan to have Machan race in the sprinter stakes. Matsunami gleefully recalled Ishizaka's grin when he announced Nakadate's addition to the team. Some judged Ishizaka's choice with Machan's career, but ultimately, Matsunami stood behind his belief that Ishizaka was the best choice. This experience of grief would later influence the training of one of the strongest fillies Ishizaka would work with, Gentle Donna. Learning from the grief and regret of Aston Machan, he'd aim to look after Gentle Donna more intensely.
Good decision, good decision. Even though I don't know that horse, she's a legend. She for real is. She'll be part of a horse race hall of fame. Unfortunately, she's more so forgotten because other horses of her generation were just way better, way stronger.
Ensuring such carelessness wasn't allowed to happen again. Aston Machan, despite being born in a strong generation, one defined by Sunday Silence blood, would blaze her own path. She was described as a charming filly, and through her journey of hardship, had gained an idol-like popularity. As the years progressed though, she began to fade to a distant memory, behind the shadow of Scarlet and Vodka. This would be the reason Machan aims to never be forgotten in the world of Uma Musume, the reason she's behind the shadow of Vodka and Scarlet, and why she appears so often looking directly in...
She's just there. Yeah, it's true, she's just there. She doesn't do anything, she's just there. She really is just, yeah, it makes, yeah, you can tell how she's like looking at the viewer instead of, right? Scarlet looking to the side, Vodka looking to the side, and then Machan just looking at us. Yeah, you can tell.
To the camera. She wants you to remember her. The only way her legacy can continue is if she's never forgotten. A silent but desperate plea, masked behind a gleaming smile, and eyes longing for the adoration she received during her time racing. This was the story of Aston Machan, a filly who paved her own legacy, and against Japan's strongest, still left a mark on the racing world. Personified in Uma Musume by a soft-spoken Uma with a deep compassion for her fans, and a yearning to never be forgotten. Did you enjoy this video, and what was your favorite part? Be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, I will see you all in the next video.
Yeah, this one was depressing. This one was genuinely depressing. So, we got a good, really kind of strong horse, right? Though she really couldn't compete with the other two, with Vodka and Daiwa Scarlet. And then also the bad decision, in my opinion, to let her race in aptitudes that just weren't hers. Yeah, that's really sad. Yeah, this one was depressing. Unfortunately, this one was rather depressing. Though, yeah, we won't forget her. She's cute. We won't forget her. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Duck, I missed you. Samex, we missed you too. Hi, girly. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Do you know tomatoes used to be considered poisonous, but that decades later it's not actually? Yeah. A lot of fruits and vegetables were at one point inedible until we made them edible. Like the OG apple, the way they once were before human intervention, you could not eat them. Speaking of an apple. So Samax. So, how was your event? With that kind of entrance, how was your event? How was it? How was it? Oh, I'm doing great. I did something really nice today, and I hate someone more than ever now. Okay. You're gonna tell me about it, won't you? You will. You will. You will. You will tell me about it. I'm pretty sure you will. I'm listening. Okay, let me look. Which one am I gonna do next? Broski awful. Ours wasn't the worst one, but it wasn't great either. Yikes. Funny how excited you were, and now it's like, might not be here for a while because the typhoon will black out my town. No electricity, Wi-Fi for days. That could happen, yeah. As long as you're safe, that's the most important part, right? As long as you're safe. Being safe is the most important aspect. That's important. Anyways. Okay, we got that one done too. Water. Be water, my friend. Bro, you've literally missed 2 arcs of my life because of that horror game. I had fun, though. I'll continue trying digital art. Ooh, cool. It was a horror game. It was, in fact, a horror game. A pretty good one at that. Anyways.
There's an odd...
Oh, boy. This will get me a lot of hate again. From the commies. From the... China dick guzzler. Anyways. I think before we start, I'll take a quick break. Yep. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we start this one. It was meh. I liked it. Probably one of the most fun horror games I played. Of the few that I have played. It was good. It was good. Yeah, we are no longer close, Duck. I don't like you. What do you mean? Fine. I like China content. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'll take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we do some China. I'm back. Okay. You don't even listen to what happened. I don't like people who aren't attentive. Yeah, you weren't particularly attentive either. So don't try that argument with me. Also, you haven't even told me what happened. You just told me I missed 2 arcs of your life. That's it. That's literally it. With no following context. So you can't even come to me and tell me, I don't listen. You haven't even said anything. You literally haven't even said anything. You literally haven't even told me what is going on. And then you're like, oh, he's not being attentive. You're not speaking. You're not telling me. Women. Back some too. Because you don't listen. You never asked. You are too busy playing that and you are too busy playing that horror game. You didn't even tell me anything. You could have literally told me. You know I can do both. So that was a decision on your own accord. That is, don't listen to the voices in your head, schizo. This is what I have to deal with, guys. Schizo women in my chat that don't listen. And then act like I'm at fault. Not falling for that. Anyways, guys. Let's talk China. Nothing weird happened to this Chinese actor by China Insider with David Zhang. Yeah, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna look at that. I wonder what this is gonna be about. Because you don't read, you ignore us. You didn't even tell me anything in chat on Thursday. You fucking schizo. She hears me talking. She thinks she's typing anything in chat when she isn't. Schrödinger Samax. Anyways, we'll look at that. What happened to this actor?
There's an audio file circulating online.
Okay. Well, I know who's now after me. Okay. Okay. That is concerning because of whatever I wrote, you chose to ignore it. So I left and then I don't know, I did something. You did nothing. You literally just, what did you do? You said you didn't like the game. You said you didn't like the game and then you disappeared. You said you didn't like the game and then you disappeared. That's it. That's all you did. That's literally all you did. Stop lying. I can pull up the chat. I can literally pull up the channel, his chat history. Yeah, nothing. When I streamed Outlast, you did nothing. You told me nothing. See, you told me, the only thing you told me is that you walked 20k steps and then you wore heels. You did not really tell me why you even did that. I can literally look it up. I can literally look up the chat logs. And I can do it on another day as well. Silence. You are wrong. You are wrong. You didn't even tell me anything. Anyways. That is it. That is all you told me. Yeah, that still hurts. I think I pulled a muscle or some. Yeah, that could be. So you didn't even tell me anything about it out of your own free will. Why are we arguing about this? I've literally proof against you. I got the receipts, the files. Because you aren't paying attention, you aren't listening, you aren't telling. Again, I have literal proof. I have literal proof. Silence. I can silence you with literal proof. I got the logs.
A man is heard screaming and crying. He's calling out to two dogs, Ham and Boone. These are dogs belonging to Alan Yu. That, in fact, is Alan's voice. The last thing that the Chinese regime wanted was a social event so massive it would cause upheaval in its censorship and...
That's crazy. That is crazy. Is this actually a man dying? That's wild. That is absolutely what, bro. Oh, this would have been a video for like yesterday. You never listen. Those are lies. You tell me about your day almost daily, and I always read it out. Lies. Lies, lies, lies.
Control. The death of a B-list actor named Alan Yu or Yu Menglong. The audio that we just played, when compared with Alan's voices in other videos, it's clear many people...
That man is dead. That man is dead. What? 100%. That man is dead. Nah, that man is gone. That guy is gone. We just witnessed the last moments of this man. That man is gone.
Well, including myself, believe that that is Alan crying out to the possibility that on that night of September 11th, his dogs were sent to paradise just shortly before he was. After the tragedy of Alan, initially people believed that
his dogs as well. Is that why he cried? His dogs? Never mind. And then himself. Wow, this is a wild... What are you guys sending me?
Dogs had been taken to another loving home and that they were kept safe for after Alan's passing until these audio files were leaked about 3 to 4 days ago. Now it added another layer of cruelty to the perpetrators. Why are we talking about dogs? Well, imagine this. If American B-listers, say Alexandra Daddario or Ansel Elgort, died in a sudden tragic fall from a building, God forbid that happens, I'm just trying to illustrate the example here, one may not question the death itself. But if those deaths resulted in censorship cover-ups, and even after 3 weeks, not a proper...
Censorship cover-ups? But who took out the dogs and what did he do? Because that's not normal. All right. So a huge arc just finished recently, and that includes arc 2. Okay, I'm listening. Oh my god, this is horrible.
Police report to be made, and when even simple details don't stand against the scrutiny of the internet, chances are you begin asking questions. Here's the truth about the death of the Chinese actor Alan Yu. The Chinese internet, the fans just want to know the simple truth. Who was the murderer? Because at this point, it was not a fall from the building organically. It was not an accident. It was not a drunken behavior. It was not an overdose. But people believe that this was a group of powerful individuals who were cruel enough to cause anger, pain, and suffering.
Powerful individuals. I am really curious what he did
to this actor before he was tossed out and before he was essentially taken from this world for something that they thought he needed to be eliminated from. And to top it off, there's a zero accountability in this case. Now, the group of people that are allegedly involved in ending Alan Yu that night, raping him, and also tried to open his stomach to...
What did they do?
This world for something that they thought he needed to be eliminated from. And to top it off, there's a zero accountability in this case. Now, the group of people that are allegedly involved in ending Alan Yu that night, raping him and all...
Doing what? Nah. What? Yeah, bro, nah. China's a dystopia, 100%. Oh my god. Whoa.
Also tried to open his stomach to get this USB stick out, which contained.
Wait, opened up his stomach. Why did he eat a USB stick? What the actual fuck? After this, though, this is wild. This is, in fact, wild. I'm sad the case of Kaya gets cold while her neck meat gets warm. Why? I heard the forbidden fruit, grape. What the actual fuck? I'm like this cat meme. The cat standing on two legs in the snow, looking somewhere, and being like, "The fuck they doing over there? The fuck they doing over there?"
Information on money laundering. Of the 17 people so far, there's really only 5 or 6 names that have been publicly known, and they're all inside the entertainment circle. The first one is Jing Guangguang, or G, a screenwriter. Now, he's also an avid Rolex collector. He often shows it off on his Instagram. This detail is pretty important later. The second person is Chen Qing-song, or C, and he's a director. These two are openly gay, and they're believed to have sought after Alan along with the others. And there's a photo in the aftermath.
Openly what?
These two are openly gay, and they're believed.
That man was not raped by a woman. Oh my god.
To have sought after Alan along with the others, and there's a photo in the aftermath of the incident. You see these two here holding hands. There's also a female star named Song Yi-ren, or S, as well as another male actor, Gao Tai-yu, or T. Initially, Chinese internet believed that the force majeure behind this was a CCP official's offspring named Xin Qi, a TV producer. And CGST are the 4 people who work under Xin Qi to create this disastrous night for Alan, and then to basically are the main perpetrator. At least that's what the information we're making out to be. But strangely, later people started to shift the attention onto G, who is this Rolex collector, because the apartment where Alan...
That is crazy. That is crazy. They want this man gone, absolutely reduced to nothing. Dystopian indeed.
Fell from, allegedly, is actually belonging to G. He owns the apartment, as well as 2 Rolex watches that were found in Alan's pocket also belong to G. And G is now believed to be the grandson of a very powerful CCP official named Li Peng, who has, again, a marriage connection to another CCP official. And with that, clearly he has a huge political backing, and he's untouchable. It's unclear who the rest of the 17 people are. There's been many guesses of the list, but obviously there's no official confirmation. And it's unlikely that any of these people would face any criminal charges or accountability. They have a...
Yeah, not happening. Nope, not happening. They wanted him gone. The government wants him gone. If they like, what are you gonna do against the government? Nothing.
Very strong CCP connection, whether they're offsprings of powerful CCP officials or anything else related to that. The point is, this really angered the Chinese people. If you're handsome, don't pursue a career in entertainment in China. That was the conclusion that many started drawing. And that was a warning that, somebody out there is going to target you for your looks. It sounds cryptic. It's not because you're good looking, it's bad for business. But after Alan Yu's tragedy, many people started to go back to some of the more strange deaths that had occurred in the past and relate that.
I mean, yeah, kind of, I guess. I'm surprised that the Chinese are angry. Not that this has any consequences.
To what happened recently to Alan, and they really find out that, yeah, this has been going on for a while. If you haven't seen the first episode where I go into more details on the initial part of this tragedy, I'll put the link here and you can check it out, where I focus more on the actual death itself. And this one is going to be more about what has since transpired from that initial event. It's more than 20 days since Alan Yu's passing, and Chinese internet continues to mourn for him using different ways. Obviously, the censorship has already kicked this story to the curb, and no negative or unconfirmed official sources are allowed to be published online. Chinese internet users have been using fish in place of Alan Yu's name.
Fish? Interesting. Interesting, okay. That's an interesting way of replacing words, I guess. Instead of fish and you. Interesting.
because it's his last name Yu sounds like fish. It's a homonym. So they use fish to anytime they're talking about Alan Yu. Here in this video, internet users comment underneath a state media news broadcast, and they also are doing this on their other official videos as well. In this video here shown during a live stream of a police officer, the scrolling comments across the screen are all asking for a proper investigation into Alan Yu's death. Of the 17 people whose names...
Yeah, that's not happening. Sorry, boys. That ain't happening.
might have appeared allegedly in that list of the people there that night. Many have received boycotts from their TV shows, movies, or even concert sales. This is a way for Chinese internet users to show that they still want to find justice for Alan Yu. And people inside China have begun to look at other actors, how they're responding. Did they also endure the same Harvey Weinstein type of abuse? Or in China, which obviously the uniqueness of it is that many times it's the CCP officials who have the power to do this, not just the regular producers. This is actor Hu Ge, China's top male actor. He recently said that if he didn't switch lanes in acting style, he would have lost his life. Many speculated that he was referring to how he used to go for the handsome image, and suddenly he switched to this very gruff, very beard-looking.
What the fuck? Wait, you get annihilated physically? You get sent into the gulag if you're too hot, and then you have to switch up roles and like your looks. Otherwise, you get actually sent to the gulag. That is crazy. Yeah, China bros. How about you explain that to me if you're glazing this country so much?
Middle-aged man type of vibe. So many people speculated that what he was trying to say was that when he was doing the handsome, actor type of style, he was probably getting these, invites or getting these approaches, and he had to switch lane to looking like a middle-aged man with beard and mustache in order to avoid those type of people. Other celebrities have also mourned in different ways. Some cried, some sent messages, but clearly, nobody dares to talk more about what's happening there. And that brings us to the main question. Why is China still obsessed with finding out what happened to Alan Yu? And why is it that after 3 weeks, the attention to his story is still so high? Or at least in China. Well, simply because Alan wasn't an actor, he was a slave. And that's what more details suggest. That over the span of 10 years of him being in the entertainment industry, he was really not allowed to flourish as an actor. But rather, he was essentially being used as a toy or used for other people's entertainment purposes. For too long, Chinese people have believed that they
other entertainment purposes? What do you mean by other?
Weren't so lucky. If you belong to the middle class or the low income class in China, chances are in your life at some point, the CCP will come after, will be screwing over you. And so this was the common understanding. For those that they thought were up in their ivory towers, maybe the celebrities, maybe the high income class in China, those that hold power, for a short while, they thought that these people were untouchable. There's no way that the CCP is going to go after them.
Like, I'm gonna go to bed today. I'm tired. Okay, Samax. Good night. Rest well. Get some good rest. You've had eventful days. Tell me the arc tomorrow. Then, in this case, if you're not gonna do that now, take care. Sleepy apple.
And yet, the death of this actor proved that nobody's untouchable. Every Chinese person at some point can be the victim of the CCP's power. Photos that internet users have found suggest that Alan had a visible bruise on his...
That looks like a bruise, and that looks also like a bruise. What did they do with this man?
His face, which he covered up with makeup, as well as photos showing him hiding his injured hands. Some even claim that during a live stream he had done before, he was gesturing a help signal.
也不是 PK， 也不是有2个对话的那个。
Okay, now let's get into the rumor part. This is where things started to get crazy. There's even rumors that apparently Alan's murder was broadcasted on the dark web, and that to watch it, it cost $10,000 to be able to watch it, like a ticket to this event, and it was live streamed. Now,
let's hope not. Let's hope not. Yeah, let's hope not. Let's actually hope not. Ooh.
I've never been able to find any confirmation to this type of stuff, so we can all just say it's probably speculation. Could it be possible? Yeah, but what are the chances of that really happening? Because we have no proof that this was live streamed, and if it really was on the dark web, I think at some point we'll see it publicly.
Yeah, somebody would have just eventually leaked it. Nah, I don't think that's the case. Somebody would have eventually just leaked it.
Maybe a censored version or something like that. So I don't believe this is real. I think it's just a rumor. But it does show us something, though, because it shows us there's an eagerness to find out what the truth really is. What is real is this talk of a good taste when it comes to Alan. One of the people allegedly at the event, Chen.
Okay, what does this say? Yu Menglong fell to his death. Director Cheng King-song posted delicious and quickly deleted. Yeah, get this freak out of here. That's freaky.
Or C. C posted this message on the night you died, and he quickly deleted this post, which just reads tastes good or good taste. And the same thing he posted 9 years ago, the exact same post when another actor died as well. So it sparked speculations that what.
So what this is implying is that this is not the second time he did something to an actor potentially, or was involved in something that did happen to an actor.
What is he referring to that somehow this murder party for Alan was a good tasting one? What did he mean by that? And so that really drew a lot of attention to.
Well, you did mention that he was allegedly raped. Huh. Oh, I do not want to know. Nope, actually not.
See and what they're really into. And you can also guess why there's these wild rumors about a dark net version of his murder video, right? Because, well, you have these people who are tweeting weird stuff. And another one of these rumor-esque detail is an alleged autopsy report of Alan Yu. Again, there's no way to confirm this, but if you read up on the details, it seems like it lines up with what happened that night. So in this report, apparently it's screenshots, it's photos here of text, so I'll try to explain what they're talking about. The person has suffered serious trauma to their head, stomach, and chest. There's also evidence of grape in the rear part of his body.
Oh no. Oh no. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh no. Oh, absolutely freaking not.
Now, these details, if you look them up, it suggests that this person went through some type of torture and some type of trauma that before his passing, and he clearly was raped and possibly multiple times, who knows, but these are the details that clearly lines up with what people believe happened to Alan that night. But again, there's no way that we can tell this is the same person, right? We can't even tell if this person was in that hospital or in that area that received the autopsy, because this happened in Beijing. Could this person also be, somewhere in China or maybe out of China? Who knows? And other speculations get even more bizarre. So this year is Xi Jinping's animal year. Animal year in Chinese zodiac basically means the year you were born. So for Xi, it was the year of the snake. And this year again is the year of the steak. So that's your animal year. That for Xi to avoid any type of problems with his power and control this year, he needed to perform a sacrificial ritual, meaning that blood needed to be spilled in order for him to get rid of all of his bad lucks. And so this included a series of arrangements like the military parade, which is, I guess they found somebody who can, do feng shui or superstitious stuff, right? That CCP officials obviously believe this stuff a lot. I even heard a story where they, there's problems in this military branch in a base, and nothing solved this problem except for when they put this giant piece of stone there, and that suddenly cleared the field or the feng shui, and things went back to normal. So, they do believe in this stuff. But this one is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's a bit far-fetched. When he did say that he had information on money laundering, so probably that's the reason, right? I think it'd be a bit far-fetched for this to be a ritual. I don't know, why would also grape be because a part of a ritual? I don't know. Nah, not really. I don't think that's the case. However, they do believe in the occult or something like that. I don't know. Weird.
Because it's saying that Alan was a sacrificial product of this ritual that they had to perform in order for them to keep Xi Jinping in power. Like, how can you ever confirm that? You know, this is just rumors, right? Like, you and I both are shocked at even possibly that this could be thought about when someone passes, but you know, this is pretty wild stuff. But I do think, you know, while we have to be very cautious about rumors like this, there's some stuff that is worth talking about. But we do see an engagement trend among Chinese.
Yu Menglong's bizarre fall to his death sparks online reminiscence about Ren Zhao's naked death, raising questions about a cover-up of the truth might be. What are we watching today? This is about a dead Chinese actor who was possibly brutally, allegedly annihilated by the Chinese government. I tend to watch these streams while washing the dishes. Okay. Also, hi, Bryson. Hope you're doing good. Hello.
The internet users in a road of rediscovery. What do I mean by rediscovery? Well, basically, they went back and they look at old cases, strange deaths that happened to other celebrities. For example, this one in 2017, a female actress, she also fell from a building, but she was without any clothes. And then she was also given this drunken fall from the building.
When actors start falling from buildings often enough, then it's no longer coincidences. It becomes evidence. I don't know.
Verdict, the same one that they gave to Alan Yu. So now people are speculating, whoa, could this be what also happened to that celebrity? You know, could this have happened to other people? You know, this person, what they said on the show, could that also be because of what happened to them? So people started to talk this, the whole topic has expanded beyond Alan's personal situation, but also looking deeply into what the entire industry is like. And this is really bad because the CCP doesn't want this to be talked about. They've tried everything. They've censored the whole event, like I mentioned. But they have no control over the curiosity that has sparked the further investigations online by people who are just, you know, fed up with how much control and censorship there are. And because they've realized that Alan's was not the first case, it won't be the last. This is...
Of course it won't be. I see... The producer said the same phrase twice for different actors. That is already a very clear sign that this might be going on for longer. And it would actually not surprise me if that is going on longer. I mean, when a actor literally says he has to switch up the style of acting and the roles he has to take, otherwise they would just like take his life. That is a clear indicator, in my opinion. That is a clear indicator that this is likely going on for longer. And I'm really curious how much they're gonna find out. Because yeah, the audio in the beginning was really damn terrifying. The audio in the beginning was really terrifying. There was a guy online that explained why secret societies do horrible things together. It's so they all go down together, so it forces secrecy plus adrenaline rush, apparently.
This is really, it has kicked open a new door for something that the CCP can't control, because there's no physical protests, there's no demonstrations, there's no public outcries inside China. Everything is being done online, even the silent resistance. You know, it's not to a massive scale. But yet it has brought a transformation, I believe, onto how people view China. Thank you so much for watching this episode, further explaining the details around Alan Yu's death. If you enjoyed the content, please leave a like, comment below your thoughts, and subscribe to our channel.
Yeah. I don't even want to hear the gruesome details. Like, already hearing that they first, essentially, allegedly killed his dogs, and then him, and then the prospect of him also being raped. Yeah, I don't want to hear any more details. This is already, and the audio in the beginning is already where it appears that he is crying because of his dead dogs. Yeah, I think I've heard enough from this. Wow, this is horrible. And the people that are responsible are probably never even going to get charged with anything. That's the problem. They're likely not even gonna get charged for anything. They're not gonna go to prison. Nothing's gonna happen to those people. That is horrible. That is horrible. That was in fact horrible. That was in fact horrible. Wow, that's depressing. Water. Anyways, what more do I have want to watch? What more do I want to watch? So watch the grooms wrecking their weddings. We watched the Uma one. I do have another Sydney Watson one that we could look into, I guess, as well. Or we'll do the... You know what? Let's look at this.
We'll
look at this. Since it was also set in and recommended, we'll look at this. TikTok's creepiest trans creators back and worse than ever. How can, what was his name? Lily Tino? How can that situation even get much worse? How do you get worse than this? How? How would you get worse than this? How could, okay, I guess we're looking into that. All right, let's hear what Sydney has uncovered.
Well, this is just gross. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And if you're watching this on Friday, happy Halloween, or for those of you in the future, happy late Halloween. Happy dressing up like a slutty cat day. I did debate doing the entirety of this video in a costume, but this was the best that I could come up with.
Lazy. Very lazy. Okay. How bad can it be? I know that Lily Tino had some weird allegations going on, some weird stuff. How bad can it get? How bad can it truly get?
It's blowing air.
Why? Why? Just why, Sydney?
In my face. This is not what I intended at all. Help me. Quick note before we start too, the 50% off sale on my tea website is ongoing for Earl Grey, New York Breakfast, Emerald Green that are expiring at the end of November because I don't throw out tea here. We don't do that here. Use the code WeDon'tWaste on the site for 50% off or check out all the other flavors too. I promise you they're very yummy. Okay, that's all. Now, because it is spooky season, let me lay a spooky story on you. Jump scare. I'm just kidding. But not really. So it turns out our favorite gauche TikToker, Lily Tino, has made a triumphant return to the internet after, only a few months ago, making a big song and dance about taking a break. Let's be real.
Okay. Genuinely, this person is back? Like, genuinely, this person is back. This person is back after the horrendous shit. Oh no, why? Why? Internet, do your thing.
Well, here, anytime an internet personality says that they're taking a break, you know that they're gonna be back in about a month. The addiction to all of that attention is just too tasty. Sorry. That was gross. Now, one would think during this time away, during this period of not posting, Tino would have actually reflected and decided to make some change. But no! This weirdo has instead come back with a vengeance, and the content that is being churned out here is the same level of creepiness that we have come to know and expect. Ah! I'm sorry. I did it again. The only difference now is this person has seemingly escaped over to Twitch, where apparently creepy behavior is extra tolerated. So good for you, Tino, buddy old pal. Of course, there are a couple
Of course it is Twitch. Of course it is Twitch. Of course it is Twitch. Why would it not be Twitch? Of course it's Twitch. Dan, you got another toy to play with. Ugh.
Reasons why this matters and some additional information here, but before we get into that, let me just give you a little bit of the backstory if you're new here or you need a refresher. I am deeply sorry to have to remind you all of this again. So if you're new to Lily the Freak Tino, this is an internet personality, a TikToker, who had everyone in a bit of a tizzy a few months ago. In a tizzy, Sydney? Who am I right now? My mum? Sorry, mum. I do love you and your weird language. Not your terrible Midwestern accent. Though. That is awful. I go and wash the car? There's no R in the word wash. None at all. You frickin' Midwesterners with your funny accents. Lily Tino is a trans-identified male, a former man, if you will, who has become very infamous.
Former man. His genetics would like to disagree. This is not a former man. This is a man. There was no former to begin with. Just because you cut off your balls and cock does not mean you magically turn into a woman. You just have a rot pocket. An axe wound. Finally, the site called Twitch is unreliable for safety. Who would have seen that coming? Yeah. Sometimes I question whether there's that much of a big difference between Kick and Twitch.
Online for a host of things, including but not limited to posting not safe for work content alongside content for kids.
Never mind. I find it ironic that whether you are a woman or you think you are a woman, for some odd reason, there is a content creator into corn pipeline, and I don't know why. I don't know why this is such a thing, such a like, it's just like, dude, even the trans women are going the corn pipeline. What are we doing? Here's Krokok. Hi, Krokok. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
This one still really gets me. It's mamming people out in public when they use the wrong pronouns, particularly waitstaff at restaurants to whom Lily is incredibly rude, begging for money online to pay for the meals out, as Tino is a self-styled food critic. Harassing tired and underpaid waiters and waitresses. A Lily Tino pastime. But the thing that got our noodle-haired friend into the most amount of trouble recently was going into many women's bathrooms at Disney World in Florida and taking photos with women in the background. This is a no-no. As a result of that, the internet went absolutely apoplectic, calling this person for
No. Do not, as a biological man, go into women's bathrooms. Anyways. Easy money and attention? Yes. Yes, it is. Also, it's just easy to exploit your honey pot. Or honey trap? Whatever it's called.
absolutely everything. This is to the extent that other trans people were like,
wait a minute! Who are you?
As many of you know, and those of you who are new to this are probably expecting at this point, this was not even the first time that Tino had come under fire for doing weird crap at Disney. There is something so weird about Disney adults. At the California park, Disneyland, the internet erupted because Tino...
Oh yeah, that one. Or that one. How he describes removing his man parts. Well, kids are around. No. Yeah, don't you dare play that. Also, somehow the nose ring theory applies here too. Unironically.
Made a video that discussed graphic gender reassignment surgery and illustrated this point using food, which Tino does quite regularly. I have said it before, and I am going to say it again. Nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to know about your marshmallow wand, guy. Nobody. People were correctly horrified because, I mean, Disneyland is clearly not the place to be talking about.
Stop talking about your corn dog! Help. people who got their ding dong removed used to just be called or news. In older times, most were not willingly done. Yeah.
About these kind of things, but children, more specifically, could be heard in the background laughing and playing. In the Disney World case, and I think this is the important part of this, the incident went so viral that the AG of Florida said on Benny Johnson's show that he and his team were looking into the incident, and they take this kind of behavior extremely seriously. Because as it turns out, it's actually quite illegal in the state of Florida to not only take pictures of people in the bathroom, but be a male and go into whip.
Based? Humongous W, based.
Women's bathrooms. They take it quite seriously there, and they will come after you when you do these things. It's sort of amazing how in such a short space of time, right-wing politicians decided that they wanted to lay down the law when it comes to this topic, and yet even now, a lot of leftists are still stuck on not misgendering people. Which is even funnier when you consider just for a second some of the news that has been popping up with relation to this topic. Like the recent Don Lemon story, just for example. I immediately looked this story up on Ground News when I saw it on Twitter because I knew that no left-wing outlet would even touch this. Don Lemon said that Megyn Kelly is not hot and looks trans. And as I predicted, because this does not remotely fit the leftist narrative, not a single...
This is an ad for Ground News. This is an ad for Ground News. I know what you're doing. Or is it not?
Leftist outlet has covered it, making it a huge blind spot for liberal readers. And if they had Ground News and used it, like you all should do, they'd be able to see this sort of story as well and break out of their echo chamber using Ground News's blind spot feature. But as you all know, I have used Ground News for literally years at this point. Ground News can also show us how different outlets cover the same or different stories. Let's keep with the transgender theme here and look at this recent story about a transgender powerlifter who basically had a court rule in favor of this person very recently. Now we can see here that left-wing outlets are covering this story here as a big win in their headlines because the court ruled in this person's favor, whereas we can see here that right-wing outlets are focusing on how this person is participating in women's events. And I find the different coverage here absolutely fascinating because it really does go to show how biased the different kinds of news coverage can be. I've used Ground News for years now, like I
See? The crazy part is, right, that the moment physically, biologically male powerlifters are allowed into women's competitions, no woman in those competition will ever break another record. Ever. Not a single woman will ever break another record. Also, remember Leah Thomas, the dude who swam in women's competitions, and when he was like swimming among men, he wasn't even in the top 100, but with women he just won because obviously he would win. Physical advantage and stuff.
Said, because I think number one, it's really important to be well informed, but more importantly, I actually really love what they're all about. They're subscriber funded, which is incredibly important, and it means that they aren't being paid to push one side or the other. They're just an amazing news aggregator. So if you too are ready to support Ground News and get behind their mission and what they're all about, then click the link in the description, scan the QR code on screen, or go to ground.news/Sydney. And don't forget to subscribe through my link to get 40% off unlimited access to their Vantage plan, which is the same plan that I use to do all of this wonderful news reporting. In addition to getting smacked by the state itself, which is really something, there were rumblings that one of the women pictured in the background of Tino's photos was looking into her own sort of legal action. But as far as I know, nothing has come of that. Now, realistically, the more that I thought about this, the the less that I expected to actually come out of this situation, because although it is illegal to take pictures and videos of people in these settings, and although it is illegal and Florida takes it very seriously when men go into women's facilities, I'm just not so sure how high up on the priority list this particular incident was. But of course, with all of this pressure and anger and the potential legal issues and what have you, back in July, Tino went on TikTok and posted a video about taking a break from the internet, saying the primary point of the content Tino makes is to entertain.
I'm hurt. I am deeply hurt because of the amount of hate that I've gotten over the past 3 years doing this, 2.5 years.
Well, I mean, you kind of brought a lot of that on yourself, no? Telling everyone that Kurt Cobain was trans or pretending to be pregnant. Yeah, people really love that kind of content. Very entertaining.
Pretending to be pregnant.
Deeply hurt because of the amount of hate that I've gotten over the past 3 years doing this, 2.5 years.
Well, I mean, you kind of brought a lot of that on yourself, no? Telling everyone that Kurt Cobain was trans or pretending to be pregnant. Yeah, people really love that kind of content. Very entertaining.
Babies have been born from uterus transplant. Is that actually a thing? I haven't even kept up. That sounds... Wait a minute. Yes, a uterus can be transplanted. But here's the problem. Okay, a uterus can't be transplanted. But here's the problem. You, as a man, biological male, will never, under any circumstances, have a child. Reason being that you not only lack the kitchen, you don't only lack the ingredients, you don't only lack the tools, you lack the foundation. Unless we have the capability to rewire neurons in your brain, and we don't have that, we don't have the capability, your body does not know what to do with that uterus. Which is why there will never grow a baby inside, because your body does not know where to send those hormones, because you are biologically in your brain wired fully, completely differently. Men will never have children, or bear children in this case.
Also, not forget about your OF content there, friend. That's a weird stuff.
Horrible. Insert the pregnant Arnold movie. Well, that's a movie.
Stuff that's burned into my brain after watching all of that.
You are just a gay man. Hot take. This dude is just a gay dude. That's really it.
This is a pathology that I don't have time to get into. The video was a lot of this, talking about being hurt, how
I'm traumatized.
That hurt has really impacted the content that Tino makes. Basically, this is a person positioning their existence as one of victimhood, which is incredibly annoying because guess what there, friend? You are not the victim here.
The way that my hurt has taken over my content in some ways. So, thank you for all the support. And we'll see you somewhere down the road.
Now, the response to this was about what you'd expect. A bunch of people got in the comments and were like, "Be gone, vile person."
Be gone, vile demon. Holding a crucifix right in front of him. Biological men would also not survive the delivery because they are not designed to push out a baby. This would all happen through C-section. This would all happen through C-section. Regardless. Doesn't matter. No baby would grow there. Because the body does not know how to... The body does not operate know how to operate that tool.
And And for a few months, it was actually quiet. It was very quiet on the Western Front. But then this illusion of online peace was shattered because in October, Lily Tino posted a video that simply started with, "Hello."
Hello.
Ah! Well, now there's spray everywhere. Damn you, Lily Tino. Here, have some ASMR while I clean this.
But while I was gone, I did some reflecting on the way that I've been approaching things and figured something out. And that something is that I've been leading with anger. I kind of already knew that. Before, but that I've been leading with anger, and specifically that I don't want to lead with anger.
You see, the rest of us thought that you were leading with insufferability, but do go on.
But I'm excited to
being weird and creepy.
Start up again because even though my time off has been very nice and very nice opportunity that I have the privilege of taking to reflect on things, I'll be happy to see y'all again in the stream.
Now, from what Tino was saying here, honestly, I watched this and I was like, I mean, this doesn't undo all of the weird, creepy things that you've done, and it doesn't undo that you're probably an unsafe human being, but if you're trying to turn over a new leaf, I mean, who am I to judge? If you're trying to be a better person...
Yeah, though when they say this, a lot of people that say this do not actually mean that. They don't actually mean that. It usually means they're just gonna continue, or it's gonna get worse.
Person, have at it, friend. And actually, this kind of philosophy about this type of thing is why I didn't cover this to begin with when it first happened. Yes, creepy Tino was back, but with this, you know, newly articulated perspective shift, I thought, okay, on you go. So rather than talking about this back in early October, I instead waited to see what kind of content Lily Tino would start to post again. And very soon it became clear.
See, I like second chances. We should be open to second chances. But you also have to prove that there was change. And seeing how this video is still almost 10 or a little over 10 minutes, I am very much assuming that there was no change.
That absolutely nothing has changed. Tino's first real video back involves, you guessed it, the women's bathroom, which I should have mentioned before, but Tino loves posting videos and pictures in women's bathrooms.
What is your obsession with women's bathrooms? This sounds less... You sound like an autogynephilic. And you probably, likely, are. Because for some odd reason, this 100% turns you on.
It's a whole thing. In this video, though, Tino is making a joke about how the automated sinks often don't work. I vehemently dislike you. It's like, of course, the first real video that you post after your break has to do with bathrooms. The very thing that got you chased off the internet in the first place. I am tired. The next video was about having to inject oneself with estrogen. In this 5-minute long video, Tino addresses having a low voice and says in spite of this, he does take estrogen. To do what exactly? What feminization exactly is this estrogen doing for you? What is it doing? Also, what the hell is this photo in the background doing?
That man is a furry. That man is a furry. Sorry, but yeah. That man is a furry. And nobody can convince me otherwise.
Dude, like, is this some weird dog kink cosplay? Why is this hanging in your house? Even if I wanted to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, I can't, because every new thing he does confirms for me that he is a freak. Perhaps the weirdest video that Lily Tino has posted since coming back to the internet was one that seems, once again, directed at children. So on brand. So on brand. In this video, Tino talks about growing up with the assumption of being same-sex attracted but enjoying secretly wearing a bra under clothes and generally feeling weird in adolescence.
Do you remember the time in middle school when you thought that you were gay or you felt gay and you told every single person in your class that you were gay, but then realized that you actually don't like boys, but you still felt gay? Yeah. And you know how you all
If you don't like men, but you like men, I got news for you. You're gay. I think this is all what it stems down to. I think this is just a gay man.
always feel like if you wore a bra under your clothes, you might feel really good. And how every day you wake up pretending to be someone you're not, and it's confusing.
Just because you nuke your genitalia does not mean that you are somehow now straight. That does not, it does not change anything.
Because is everyone else feeling like this? Are they pretending too? And you're confused and you're lonely. And the big question that's haunting you for your entire life, like, why am I like this? Is there something wrong with me? Well, I have an answer for you. You are a trans woman. Yay!
Bro, lots of young people feel incredibly weird as teenagers. All of us felt weird as teenagers. How could you?
Kinda didn't. I just skipped puberty. I had no time for this bullshit. I just skipped puberty. It was like, kid me, nothing, adult me. Like, I just skipped that. I just skipped that. I was like, nope. I had no time for this. I had to grow up fast. I was in a difficult spot. I had no time for this bullshit. Like, I remember, like, others being, like, in their awkward face and being, like, what is the word? Just, like, disruptive and causing trouble as kids or as teenagers. I'm like, I look at them like, the fuck are you doing? Act like an adult. You're welcome for being exposed to this. This does not surprise me.
Not. The only people who don't feel weird and actually enjoyed high school are the ones who go through all those years looking like actual adult people, while the rest of us are stuck looking like Gollum.
Oh no, don't react like that.
That's accurate. Nah, I just had, like, I just one day woke up and next thing I knew, I had a full beard at, like, 14 and it was over. It just was over. At 14, I looked like 20. It was crazy.
It's actually a good thing. And I know you don't even really understand what it means to be trans because nobody freaking told you, but you are going to get a head start on that transition. You're going to start that laser hair removal. You're going to start those hormones, and you are going to be so freaking happy.
A bunch of the comments on this were like, who exactly are you talking to here? Like, why are you talking as if this is directed at kids? Because Lily Tino is talking to kids, Simon. That's what's happening here. Lily Tino wants to talk to your kid.
Then the propaganda starts with the kids. And then they're gonna grow up into this. The propaganda always starts with the kiddos. I mean, look at kids shows. The non-binary cow. And the non-binary transformer. Transformers, men in disguise. This is indoctrination 101. Yep.
Kids and go to the places where your kids hang out. This has been made abundantly clear. Of course, the fun continues with Tino's presumably Halloween post, and you guessed it, this is another video about bathrooms, because of course it is.
Captain, a trans alien has beamed aboard. That's troubling. Put the ship on red alert. Apparently they ran straight from our teleporter to the bathrooms. Wait, what? Yeah, straight to the...
What is your obsession with bathrooms? I'm gonna say it. I'm absolutely 100% certain that this man licks toilets. I just can't prove it. That women sat on, by the way. And did their woman stuff.
women's room, probably to do weird trans alien stuff. Send security. Wait, Captain, I'm receiving reports that they actually just went to the bathroom and didn't bother anyone? Okay, this must be one of their little tricks. Why would someone beam on board just to use our bathroom? Apparently her planet banned trans people from using public bathrooms? Weird. But if they banned them, there's gotta be a good reason for it, right? Sir, she said all those reasons are made up.
The funniest thing about these videos is how they really tell on the person who is making them. Lily Tino so clearly does not think that women being uncomfortable with men using our facilities is a problem. Yeah, you're completely right. We have 100% made up our fear and concern. Thanks for your input, Noodle Hair. I won't lie, I do wish that Lily Tino was in fact an alien, so that I could call ice!
Made up? Yeah, none of it's true. But why? The trans alien says she has no freaking idea. Oh, well that's kind of rude. And they also don't let her play sports. Wait, really? Or have access to healthcare. Come on, what planet in their right mind does that? The planet is Transphobicus 9. Oh,
that'd be a base planet. What the heck? That's a peak planet. I don't know what he's talking about. Here's the thing. Nobody gives a rat's ass if you're trans. Just don't force others to partake in your delusions. That is all what people are asking for. When people are gay, nobody really cares. They're not confronted with it. It's not their problem what others do in their bedroom. But when you're trans, you are forcing others to take part in your delusions. I don't have to, and I will not. Of course, there's people that I respect that I will actually talk to them in the way that they want to. But it's because of my own free choice, not because I am being forced to do so. That's a sign, but I've never heard of any rules in the adult activity with the LGBTQ community, with the current exception of needing to be an adult. From an outside perspective, it just seems like almost anything goes. Seems like it. Yeah. That is. Yeah.
Makes sense. This trans alien seems perfectly nice. Tell them they can use our bathroom anytime they want.
You know the screenshot that is circling Twitter right now? The one that says that leftists will deliberately pretend not to understand issues, thus making discourse impossible? This is that. Now, for the most part, Lily Tino has escaped to Twitch, making that the primary platform for posting. And I admit that I went and watched a bunch of the streams over there, but they're like literally 2 hours long. Who is watching someone eat and talk smack for 2 hours? This is like...
Oh well. Let me tell you, Sydney. There is people on Twitch who watch a half-naked woman for hours on end. What makes you believe that somebody would not watch Lily Tino for 2 hours? What makes you believe that? What makes you believe that? Genuinely. Genuinely.
Trauma ASMR. One of the biggest things that infuriates me about this whole Lily Tino thing is that this person continues to have an audience, and it's probably mostly women. Lily Tino has obviously learned absolutely nothing, continues to have an audience who don't care about any of this behavior, and on a...
This does not surprise me. There is a woman out there who is a really horrible human being. Really horrible. On TikTok, by the way. I forgot her name. She flashed her boobs on TikTok live stream and like she flashed the audience. She abuses her daughter. She's like a prison hopper. And women are still supporting her and donating to her. That tells you a lot.
Long enough timeline, this is an individual who's just going to go back to the same content that they've been making this entire time, making women out in the world.
And you also have to realize that women have created these circumstances where these people are allowed into their bathrooms. This is from women. Like, this is literally women. Women have essentially created their own way of losing their stands as women by allowing anybody to be a woman. For men, that's not so much a case. You don't hear any... Funnily enough, you barely hear trans men complain. And if you do hear trans men complain, usually it's because they then realize how fucked up it is to be a dude. And how badly you are treated if you're just a dude.
Uncomfortable, being weird towards kids. It's like, it really is Groundhog Day, if we're being real. Not only that, and I didn't include this in the other videos that I made about Lily Tino because there's a lot here, and there's a lot that I need to go through and verify, but before all of the weird Disney stuff and the it's mamming the rest of the population, Lily Tino seems to have spent actual time inside classrooms with kids, which makes me raise all of my eyebrows all at once. Not as a visitor or a substitute popping in for the day, but seemingly real sustained contact with students. Public records and old social media breadcrumbs show Tino worked in multiple school settings, sometimes in roles that put this adult in direct daily proximity to minors. The exact title shift depending on
I am incredibly concerned.
which archived post you dig up, classroom substitute, after-school program coordinator, actual teacher, but the pattern is unmistakable. Access, authority, and a captive audience of children, which is quite alarming. Now layer this with the content timeline, about a year after leaving one of these kids.
I'm running. First of all, I would never be at a club, but if I were, I'm running. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. POV. I am leaving.
Adjacent positions, Tino was posting the same unhinged mix that later blew up online. I'm not super sure where to put this in this specific video, so I guess here's as good a place as any, but in my travels of the internet, I also came across information about a former Reddit account for Tino. I mean, this is all alleged, obviously, but
What is that name, bro? Anyways.
apparently this account posted links to what seems to be a NAMBLA blog. NAMBLA stands for the North American Man-Boy Love Association. And
What? Never made sense to me why any woman with sense would want to be a man and lose everything socially beneficial in society. It shouldn't take long to realize it's a bad move. To be fair, I believe that most of these, hot take, I believe that most of these are either just lesbians or groomed tomboys. In my opinion. There's also a huge disproportion. There's a significant imbalance in like how many trans women there are and how many trans men there are. There are more confused women, but there are significantly more trans men, which is interesting. While for non-binary, there's significantly more women considering themselves non-binary than men, which is interesting. Which makes you ask if it was really so natural, then the numbers would technically be somewhat proportional to each other. But they're not. And every time someone is considered non-binary, they also significantly lean more into the feminine than the masculine. Weird. It would be like a white person wanting to be a very dark black person with traditional black features, with short in height. There's like life on max difficulty in the West, probably. Yeah. Hi, Life with Josh. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes, I remember you.
You can probably piece together what that means. I'll just tell you, it's a fan of the playground group. Are you surprised? Probably not really. So, as most of you probably have figured out by now, given this is what my 4th video about Lily Tino, I would like for this person to permanently leave the internet, because I think that much of the behavior that's been exhibited here is not okay. The weirdness towards children and the creepy behavior towards children, it's like, it's not quite there where it's so overt that you can point to it and say, look, this is what's happening, but there's enough of it going on in a way that builds a picture of who this person is and what this person is like. And so with Lily Tino coming back to the internet saying, I'm gonna do everything differently this time, look, I've grown and changed.
Most of the people that say this, like I said, they don't actually do this. Like, they don't actually do this. They don't do that. They don't change.
I really didn't believe that for a second, and I think the fact that there's been an immediate return to form really demonstrates that this is a person incapable of shifting and incapable of making normal content. There's so much more to say about Lily Tino, and I'm sure that this will not be the last video that I make about this individual, but for the time being, I am positive that we can expect more creepy content, more weird bathroom behavior, and I'm sure with enough time on Twitch, this is going to just get worse, because now we have more and more content of this person doing more and more things to look at and scrutinize. So unfortunately for all of us, our friend Lily seems to be back on the internet for the foreseeable future, but I do think, and I maintain this is a person who is going to eventually do something that is going to get them in big, big trouble. And maybe that will be the
Arrested is what I'm thinking about here. Doing something that will get him arrested. I'm good. Good to hear. That is what I'm thinking. Just straight up getting arrested.
Disney World situation. Maybe that will actually turn out to be something important. Or maybe it will be this other woman who has threatened to sue Tino after being photographed in the women's bathroom. But in the end, for now, this is a creepy individual who's going to continue doing creepy things, and unfortunately, all we can do is sit back and watch the poop show unfold. Now, on that note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Ground News using the link in the description. I have used them for literally years now. I am a massive fan of what they're...
It appears that Sydney has gotten rid of all her expiring tea. Finally.
About. And so if this is something that you care about, you want to have better informed opinions about the news, absolutely check them out. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this issue where you just wish that Lily Tino would have stayed away and not come back to the internet?
You could have just gotten the job, bro. You could have just gotten a regular job.
Do you think it's a good
instead of e-begging
thing that this person is back and making content and giving us all these opinions?
Kinda. See, I like idiots on the internet because they're free content. Like, they're literally you can literally farm them. Like, right? One popular like example is like Hassan Piker, Frogan, iDubbbz, right? They're easy to farm. You can constantly farm them because they can never shut up.
That we now know and love. What do you think of the really bizarre, weird bathroom videos? Do you think that it's very on brand for Lily Tino?
It's a fetish. I think it's a fetish. I think it's a fetish. I think the entire thing is a fetish.
To come back and immediately make this sort of content? Do you think that we're all just really misunderstanding who this individual is, and they have good intentions with what they're trying to do? What do you make of the...
I don't think so. I think he's just a freak. If anything, I'm curious what this guy's childhood looked like. Because the chances are quite high he was actually abused. DSP is also an easy farm, but it's kind of just like sad. It's more so sad.
Escape to Twitch. Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think it's a bad thing? What do you think of the information I kind of just dropped there at the end on all of you?
I think it might be good, but the problem is that I'm assuming he's still posting on TikTok, right? So technically his reach just increased. And no matter which weird shit he would pull off, Twitch is never gonna ban him.
You about the Nambla stuff and what have you. Does that surprise you to hear? And what you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you are not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel as well as leaving this video a like and a comment because I do read the majority of them and I like hearing your feedback. As I always say, I hope you little potato noodle magoos stay safe and well and make good choices, and I will see your wonderful little Halloween faces in the—
I'm German, and I've been called a potato. That is offensive. I will now cancel you. Anyways, yep, Lee Latino's back. And I'm absolutely also, I agree that he will do something that will absolutely, utterly, with no doubt, will get him into jail. That is what I believe. That is how I see it. Eventually, he's gonna end up being charged with something, right? I mean, he might end up already, considering that it's illegal in Florida to go into women's bathrooms if you are a dude. And film people as well, apparently, as well. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe. Alright, guys, you wanna watch a humiliation ritual? We're gonna watch a humiliation ritual. Genuinely. We're gonna watch a humiliation ritual.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
We're gonna watch a humiliation ritual. Anyways. iDubbbz is completely finished. Once again, I don't know how often this man is finished. This is a ref video. We're gonna look at that. This is gonna be probably the most humiliating thing you have ever seen, not just from him, but in general, when it comes to a content creator, a male content creator in particular. This is gonna be insanely humiliating. You're gonna see. It's actually horrible. From the thumbnail, I am incredibly concerned.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So today we have a lot of news and drama involving various content creators, including iDubbbz, Hassan, etc. But before we talk about these individuals, I have some good news for you guys. My recent drop with Advanced is doing really, really well. In fact, we are 90% sold out on some of the limited time items on that list. And if you use code REV15, you'll get 50.
See, the reason why I never believe these, right? When like 90% sold out, 95% sold out, 80% sold out. I personally believe that's actually just a trick. For most of the companies that do this, actually just a trick, so it causes FOMO, so you buy more. That's what I believe. It is an effective strategy. It is an effective strategy. But yeah, that's what I believe.
15% off. That is a temporary code. Make sure to use it. The flavor jar, which I have right here actually, the Jolly Pop flavor, it is delicious. And that's not going anywhere. That is a permanent.
So, I remember Muujin's girl thigh flavor. Whatever that tastes like when you get the worst call as a 911 dispatcher by Trara X. Okay, we're gonna look at that after that one.
Fixture on the website, but the hoodies as well as this shaker right here, there is a limited quantity of these and they're about to run out. They're 90% sold out, so if you want to get these, make sure you act very quickly because probably within hours of making this video, they'll be sold out. So just giving you guys a heads up. Again, use the pinned link in the comment section and use code REV15 for 15% off. Now, let's go back to iDubbbz. It's been a minute since he's uploaded a video. He has his Coming Clean video where he talked about his...
That video was so dog shit.
His old boxing manager and his issues with him and the Are you scared of immigrants? He's been hinting at a sort of content cop on someone. It hasn't dropped yet, but this post is going viral.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck is this? What the heck is that? No, what is that? Why would you do that to yourself? This has to be a humiliation ritual at this point. He is really either he's really into it. I just feel like, you know, should we just call like somebody to like look after him? This looks like abuse at this point. Why would you do that? And then also virtue signal real quick, which both of these characters have nothing to do with that. I mean, it probably is to shit on J.K. Rowling, I'm assuming. It's just like, why? Just why would you do that to yourself? Why? That does look like a humiliation ritual. The funny part is there. The funny part is though, not only like does he that, right? Has he cross-dressed before? That man is absolutely 100% getting pegged. 100%. If Anissa, his husband, I know she's a woman, but I call her his husband, says he's gonna get digged down, he's gonna get digged down. First things first. Second then, I 100% believe that the only reason that he hasn't ended this relationship yet is because he probably genuinely believes that he cannot do better. The saying just works. I've seen what no pussy does to a motherfucker. But I've also seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. And it's much worse. It is so much worse.
Of him and his wife, Anissa, where he's posing with her. She's obviously Snape. And he is, well, looking ridiculous. It's kind of interesting.
He's Dobby. He is Dobby. Which works kind of really well. This works really well, actually. This was picked on purpose. He could have been anyone, right? He could have been anyone, but they picked Dobby.
How he is holding up a trans flag while being basically a mutant. Is he like a 4,000 IQ troll, or is he just that clueless? I don't know anymore. I really don't know. Is he gaming all of us? Are we falling for his routine? Because it's got to be either a humiliation ritual at this point, or he's just like an incredible troll. And at some point he's going to reveal we've been the subject of his punchline, but I highly doubt that second part. But people are calling this out, saying Anissa liking Snape is funny considering the very sanitized version of him from 4chan green text is basically how someone like Anissa paints themselves as a victim. This person says, it's not these people thought they were real celebrities who could actually make their audiences believe what they said. They can't accept that they're not as popular as they used to be and refuse to admit they're wrong and change course. And this person raises a really good point. I thought Harry Potter was transphobia or something. Yeah, do you remember that? Like where Harry Potter was transphobia? Like if you played Hogwarts Legacy.
If you played Hogwarts Legacy, you will get cancelled. Anybody remember Pikami getting harassed, and Silvervale getting harassed for playing Hogwarts Legacy? And then another big VTuber fruit was like, we all make mistakes. The queen of VTube cheating after a husband went on deployment.
You were going to be canceled on social media, and we had entire websites dedicated to tracking who was playing that game or streaming it for the purposes of harassing them. Interesting how people in their very purified fan base are making an exception for this Halloween event of theirs and their costumes. But let's talk about someone else associated with iDubbbz. That is Hassan Piker, who's also celebrating the Halloween season with his Superman cosplay. And I'll be real, if he lost the mustache, it's a pretty good Clark Kent. Don't leave the video yet, okay? Hold on. I'm giving credit where credit is due, but the Superman outfit, not the best. But he has been saying a lot during that stream, including addressing the criticism of his treatment of his dog, Kaya, where...
Grill the dog! It's probably a fetish to him, probably. See, the problem with Hassan is... Bro, just admit you shot your dog and people would stop. Like, whether you deny it or not does not matter. You were grilling your dog. Also, it's like, him being Superman does not fit at all. It does not. You are Lex Luthor, not Superman. And even that would be an insult to Lex Luthor, because Lex Luthor was at least cool.
He basically snapped on a random user and said, Kaya is a better animal than you.
That's why, like, this is
What
so
about your dog?
maddening.
Brother, I can't stress this enough. And I need you to understand something, because I know I bit the bait for one person, and then I think like a Discord server was alerted somewhere because everyone started posting this. Kaya lives a better life than you ever will have. Okay, she's a better...
I don't know, because when I see him carrying Kaya, it is clear to me that first of all, he has no idea how to pick her up. And second of all, you can tell that she's uncomfortable when he picks her up. Because again, he has no idea how to pick up a dog. Nuh-uh.
She's a better animal than you. She's a much more important for many other people's lives than you. Okay? You are going to die alone. Because this is the type of shit you get up to on the internet. You spend the finite amount of time you have doing this kind of stuff on the internet. Okay? You can type ah ha 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 all day, every day, and act as though you're totally not mad right now.
That's ironic because bro is mad. You know what's really funny? He essentially got one guide. How do you get one guide? Lose the gay mustache. See, if he just left the middle part and removed the left and the right part, it actually fits quite well for him. Just saying.
But the reality of the matter is, when you die, it is...
Also, I think this would be more considered a corn mustache. It's ironic that he dressed as Superman, a character written by a Jewish man. Yeah, then all of a sudden it doesn't matter.
Going to be alone. There won't even be a sigh of relief. You understand? Not even a sigh of relief from your family members. That is how irrelevant you are.
Just understand, guys, if a person like me or anyone like me made a statement like this, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube,
you would get banned. The truth is, you would get banned. You would get banned. But, you know, Tectone can call a fat woman and, get, like, nuked for 2 weeks. However that works.
What have you. We're permabanned. We're done. We're finished. Okay? What he's saying is insane. Someone brings up a slight criticism of his treatment of his dog, and he basically says, she's a better animal than you, and when you die alone, your family's gonna breathe a sigh of relief. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane, and honestly goes right to the Hassan system. We know this. This is how he does things, and he's sticking with it.
The Hassan system, a proven method of handling criticism, hiding no critic's content to obscure their argument, alter, drastically misrepresent the opposing view. Strawman attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables. Avoid, debate only weaker opponents, never the original person. Name call, label frustrated opposition as crazy or obsessed to discredit them. That is very accurate.
He's just name calling, straw manning, doing anything in his power to avoid legitimate criticism of his treatment of his dog, Kaya. But it gets worse. He's still angry that people believe in Collargate.
I'm just here to make sure the dog's okay. Oh, thanks, man. I can't tell if there are actual people who like still believe that there is severe dog abuse happening, or they're just like, because I'm sure like in the first week, people got firmly invested in this narrative that I was like abusing my dog, but like there's zero.
I don't know. Seems kind of shocking to me. Also, let's not forget that you had to oddly point out that you like having sex with humans, as if you would want to say that, what does that mean? Are you implying that you have had sex with things that are not human? With the connection to your uncle, that is a bit weird. That is a bit weird. With knowing that your uncle would want to legalize bestiality. I don't know, man. I don't know.
4% chance the people who are still spamming it in the chat are like unironically thinking that like there is dog abuse happening, right? Like white people can't be dead.
Now, if he had a goat, I'd actually be concerned.
That delusional. There's got to be like bad faith at this point. I'm sure there are people are still trying to spread it. Yeah, they're just pushing it. It's a joblessness for the most part.
Yeah, you hear that, white people? Hassan is calling out white people because apparently only white people believe in Collargate. Now, guys, don't trust your eyes. Okay, if you saw Hassan on multiple occasions shock his dog live on Twitch, you're wrong. Okay, your eyeballs have deceived you. Hassan knows better, and he's telling
we're hallucinating, boys.
Telling you you're a bad person, and you're also wrong, and you're also probably doing this because you're whites, which is, totally racist. And also, like, I don't know, Hassan, like, maybe go out in that LA sunshine because, dude, like, I'm looking at myself, like, I think I got more complexion than you these days. Like, stop with the narrative, okay? It's getting a bit weird. But of course, Asmongold was one of the many people to respond to this. Let's watch a little bit of this clip together.
Oh, no. He says white people can't.
I'm just here to make sure the dog's okay. Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, no.
I'm just here to make sure the dog's okay. Oh, thanks, man. I can't tell if there are actual people who like still believe that there is severe dog abuse happening, or they're just.
Dude, I think that right now it's like, oh man, he just
stop talking about it, man.
Because I'm sure, like in the first week, people got invested in this narrative that I was like abusing my dog, but like.
See, it would have been gone if you just would not acknowledge it, but you keep acknowledging it. That's the problem. You keep acknowledging it. You keep acknowledging it, and that is why people keep talking about it. This reminds me, this is very reminiscent of Dr. Disrespect and how he handled his weird cheating situation. Somebody that was underage. Bro also kept talking about it, which made everything worse for him.
There's 0% chance the people who are still spamming it in the chat are like
has to be memeing. I can't tell. Oh man.
Unironically thinking that like there is dog abuse happening, right? Like white people can't be that fucking delusional. There's got to be
white people. White people.
Amazing.
Why would white people do? What do you mean?
Unironically thinking.
But like, why white people? Like that's the thing too. Like, why white people? Why is it white people in this narrative? Like, please.
Also, since you were like pushing either right wing I find it generally funny how he at first says like, "Oh, this is all right wingers and Israel supporters." Last time I checked, you throw Israelis into the white category. Last time I checked, at least, but I don't know. And just like Israel people from Israel in general, I don't know. Interesting. Regardless, white people being used as a scapegoat in recent years, and they hate it so much. But it's happening to black people. It's been happening to black people for so long. Well, yeah. However, I have to admit, though, the black community does have problems that definitely, most certainly do stem from the black community, where it is their fault. And what I'm talking about here is the baby mama culture. He can't run from it, and chat and comments keep reminding him. Yeah. He just would need not to engage with it. I'm glad we both now see how horrible it is to do that to people. Racism is bad across the board. We know. We absolutely know. The problem is, every community has problems. Obviously. I've just noticed that a lot of problems that those communities have do also stem not just from oppression, but those communities. That's the problem. There are many problems that do in fact come from those communities or those cultures. That's the problem.
Hassan, inform us why you're saying this about white people. Like, what separates them from the rest of the pack here of human beings in this scenario about Collargate? I don't get it, man, but it gets worse, because of course it does. People are sharing some clips of him where he's like trying to show off Kaya, who he dressed up as Crypto, and she doesn't look comfortable, like, at all. Am I crazy? Does this not look like weird?
It's because the way he picks her up, is the problem. It's the way he picks her up. She's uncomfortable because he does not know how to pick her up. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that it is very comfortable for most dogs of this size to be picked up, in my opinion. First of all, I would never pick up my dog because she's too heavy. She almost weighs as much as me, so that's not happening. But also, I feel like I'm thinking personally, it's just uncomfortable for a dog after a certain size to be picked up. That's my opinion. Terrible people have been raised up through money and fame in the black community, used as pawns to lead black people down a destructive path. Very true. Horrible, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Agreed. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Like, she's not comfortable. Whatever. But here's another clip where Hassan, I'm sorry I'm laughing so much because everything we're talking about today is so ridiculous. Apparently, he's saying that he's getting discriminated against because he's Muslim.
And you will...
I don't give a shit that you're Muslim. I legit couldn't care less. Just stop spouting nonsense and abusing your dog. I think that's if the moment you remove those two, I think not that many people have much of an issue with you anymore, because that's the main complaints, right? Him abusing his dog, him calling for violence. If we stop that, we are already closer to a more chill climate on Twitch.
Will turn around and say that's easy if you're not targeted. That's why I'm factoring people who are targeted, okay? And also, I have a point of marginalization that has been a fairly important part of the political conversation over the last 2 years, don't you think? You know, I know it too. I experience it as well. And I have to eat it all the goddamn time. Do you think I enjoy having to talk to people who call me a terrorist every goddamn day? Do you think I enjoy the fact that there is heavy scrutiny?
People call you a terrorist because you're supporting terrorist groups. What are you talking about? That's why people call you a terrorist and a terrorist sympathizer. You did that to yourself. This is not some miracle issue that just randomly popped up.
Over the things I'm saying, but that would never work in the same vein if I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent. The same exact things that I'm saying right now. If I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent, no one fucking shit. The same exact things I'm saying right now. If I was a white Christian American and not even of Jewish descent, nobody would.
If you were a Christian, you wouldn't even say those. You cannot bring that argument because if you were a Christian, you wouldn't say those things. Logically speaking, that does not make sense. No, that does not make sense. The arguments you bring don't change anything. There's just as many white creators on Twitch that spout the same nonsense that are also orbiters of yours. That also get bodied because they just yap shit. That makes no difference. None at all.
Give a shit. Okay? That's just the reality. But when you're Muslim, there is an additional oomph to the way that people cover this stuff.
Here we go again, guys. Back to the Hassan system. Yeah, he's using that like a shield, and I'm not too surprised. Again, go out in that LA sunshine, man. You're looking pale. Stop making excuses for yourself. You look ridiculous, and yeah. But anyways, just blame white people again, I guess. But here's another clip. I'm not going to play it. You guys get the points. Where he goes into a very self-soothing rant where he basically says, I started on the bottom, now I'm here. Where he's trying to say that he grew up...
Isn't he a Nepo baby? He's a Nepo baby. Using dog, calling for violence, give platform for actual terrorists, lies like no one on the internet, just ask Tectone, acting criminally, abusing the power and high position that you got into. And I'm sure I didn't raise half of Hassan's problems. Yeah, did he party with minors? Oh yeah, I remember when he went to that brothel where there were here in Germany. I remember that. Such BS. Nobody bothers Muslim people because they get accused of racism, even though it's not an ethnic group. Very taboo to bother Muslim people for no reason. Yep, that's also true. That's also true. That is very true. Also, Muslims are oftentimes a very protected group. To be fair, I don't know how it is in the US, but here in Europe, they are a very protected group and get privileges above others. Like free holidays for their celebrations and stuff. Like here in Germany that happens, or stuff get for example, around Christmas and Easter, stuff gets renamed so they don't feel offended. That is also a thing that happens here. Muslims can be very privileged, especially in Europe.
Poor. Guys, understand this. His dad is a billionaire, and his mom is a landlord, which is interesting because in a viral...
Sure, you're so underprivileged. You were dead broke. You are so dead broke if your uncle is a billionaire and your mother is a landlord. Oh my god, so broke. Oh my god. They're very protected. That is why it's taboo to bother them. It's self-destructive to bother them. Yep.
Clip of him that's gone around much on social media. He was talking about landlords and said that we should spill their blood into the streets. That's weird, right? But yeah, I'm not really buying this rags to riches story from this dude. Like, it's so ridiculous. He does literally everything in his power to sound like a victim, and he's getting clowned on because, well, he should. But anyways, there's one other thing I want to talk about today. Bit of an update to yesterday's video. Now, you might see this small thing here. Believe it or not, that is the hardest dislike ratio I've gotten on a video probably this year. The only thing that was comparable was about 2 or 3 months ago when I made a video defending Fillion because people were canceling her for collaborating with Russian streamers, including
Was that with Smugalana?
people who don't even live in Russia. And I said,
That's interesting. That went completely past me. Yeah, this situation was an absolute catastrophe. The Shondo situation was an absolute and utter catastrophe. And that all because this dumb bitch here, this one, made misandrist posts. Like, women choosing the bear and what else was it? About receding hairlines and minoxidil and yeah, just generally weird. Though I must say, that the situation did bring something good. This situation did bring something good. It showed that you cannot just spout misandrist nonsense in a community that is mostly composed, and a viewer base that is mostly composed of men. That does not work. That does not work, and that made me very happy for men standing up for themselves in this space. That made me very happy.
Said simply in that video that excluding people from partnership opportunities due to their ethnicity is racist. Yeah, I got called many things. I was accused of living in Moscow. I was accused of being an agent of the Kremlin. I was accused of being paid by Vladimir Putin. It was crazy how mad people got.
Paid! Yes! Putin essentially pays a slop tuber, so to speak. Yeah, sure, buddy.
For that very simple point. But in a time where we experience a lot of people who are getting cannibalized by their own audience, right? There's people who are pandering and virtue signaling, and eventually it catches up to them and their audience turns on them. I just want to say, reading the comments, I spent like 40 minutes reading the comments on this video. And of course, some people are going to dislike this video. I knew this, right? Because a lot of people really like Shondo and Bao, and I criticized them. Okay, some people are just going to not hear what I'm saying at all and dislike the video. That's fine. But reading through the comments, I thought to myself, I must have done something right. To have a YouTube audience where not only do I get a lot of support in the comments, I see people who can understand that we're dealing with a difficult subject where we're criticizing people that we've defended or I've defended in videos, and many people in the comment section were fans of at one point or another. But we can say, hey, what happened here, not great. And here's a small update. If you didn't see my pinned comment on yesterday's video.
Yeah, she deleted the Shondo deleted the comment. I think Shondo was hurt by the fact that people were criticizing somebody she liked, and yeah, I hope she's doing well. I know I've heard that she had some issues during stream and like just like in general was not doing too well mentally. So I hope that she's okay. I hope that she's fine. Right? It was just a stupid loss of impulse control. However, Bao, that's a different situation. I've straight up said I don't like Bao, and I don't like the upper VTubers, like those big quote unquote indie. I don't refer to like those big VTubers, to be fair, indies, because I think like when you have a manager and you have a whole team, I don't think you're particularly indie. You're like a small copo. I don't consider you indie at that point. Yeah, but I think all this upper like all these big VTubers are rotten to the core. That's my opinion. And from what I've seen, especially during the Cinder drama, I think they're all at least a little rotten.
About an hour before my video went live, this tweet from Shondo that I shared right here, she deleted it. She deleted her apology, and she deleted the subsequent post where she posted this CEO of grooming hats on her model. And apparently she's in the hospital right now. And you guys know I'm honest. I wish her the best. Okay? I know she probably doesn't have the greatest view of me. In fact, she has been very vocal for years about her disliking of what she considers drama tubers, and that's fine. Okay? No ill will. I'm sorry she's not feeling good at the moment. I wish her the best. I hope she feels better very soon. But I'm glad to see the response to this video. Okay? And at the end of the day, like, we're gonna hold people accountable, and we're going to criticize those who even at times we've supported or defended, because they deserve better than being coddled, right? But that's the update. Just wanted to share that with you guys. But for now, that's going to do it with this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, this whole situation in general with Hassan is just like, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Same thing with iDubbbz. The humiliation ritual is funny, and for Shonda, I think she needs some time off the internet, just a little bit. Just take a few weeks, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks off the internet, and just focus on just like treating yourself a little better. But yeah, anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways, look at it. Same everywhere. When they gain power, they about everything and make haram rules, bring Sharia law upon everyone, since that was Islam to tell them to do. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. Wait a minute, I need to... Somebody's retorted. Somebody's retorted. You want the main channel to learn and condemn this topic? Okay. Anyways, I need to do this real quick. Man. Anyways. Okay. Idiot nuked. Idiot nuked. All right. Let's do the video that Bryson recommended. Something funny in between. Look at that. Here we go. Here we go. I need some water. Anyways, when you get the worst call as a 911 dispatcher by Trarags, we're gonna look at that. I have no idea what I'm getting into here. How bad could a call be from a 911 dispatcher? I the worst call that I could see happening is probably like some, you're gonna hear some gruesome death in the back at the phone. What do I hear? What do I think? I don't know.
Hello, 911. What's the emergency?
Hello, I need help. I need officers
Whoa,
to help
whoa,
me.
whoa. Okay, calm down, little buddy. Calm down. What's going on?
My mom's being attacked. I think he's gonna kill her. He's gonna kill her.
Yeah, that'd probably be terrifying. I'm probably assuming also that 911 dispatchers probably have a lot of mental weight to carry.
All right, have your location. I will be sending police officers to your location right now.
Please hurry.
It's gonna be okay, okay?
Okay.
Did this person break into the house?
No, he came here with her. Listen, he's still hurting her. Listen.
Oh. That is where this is going. That is where this is going. She's getting back shots, and the kid is watching.
Oh, you're killing me. Oh, you're killing me.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Do you hear it? Do you hear it? I'm next to the door. Do you hear it? Stop killing my mommy.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. That must be traumatizing. More so for the boy.
Please help us. Please help us. Hello, Mr. Officer, are you there? Hello, I need your help. I just don't know what else to do.
This man she invited to the house, you sure that this isn't your dad?
No.
This is not. This is horrible. The clapping in the background is just so horrible.
No, but she keep calling him daddy, so I don't know. Hello.
Poke, what are we watching? That's a good question. What are we watching? We're watching this funny skit. Though, this is more painful than funny.
Oh, sir, please help. She said she can't take it. She said she can't take it. He keeps hitting her. You hear it? He's hitting her.
No, I don't think that's what's going on.
Yes, it is. You can hear him hitting her.
Like that sound that you're hearing, I think that's like hands clapping.
Clapping?
He told her
They're clapping?
he told her a joke. And that's why they're clapping. And she started killing me as an expression.
She said it's deep. I think he just stabbed her. She said.
Why? Why? How do you even come up with that idea? How do you even come up with that idea? At least this is fine. If this was some kind of kissing sound or heavy breathing in the background, I would get nuked. YouTube doesn't like that.
The knife is deep. He's killing her. Is he gonna kill me next?
No.
Is he gonna kill me next?
He's not gonna do that.
How do you know?
That's not gonna happen. Listen, I think you should like try to get on
Oh
the
my
game.
God, he's making the walls crumble.
Walls. The walls. The walls do be shaking, boys. The walls do be shaking.
You laughing? Why is my mom dying funny to you? Is it funny that he's killing her?
We're losing connection. We're losing connection. I'm sorry.
This was horrible. This was genuinely absolutely atrocious. The back shots. Yeah, the back shots. Poke collects some ideas and may be good to farm use. No, I'm not doing that. No, no, I'm good. That was horrible. That was horrible. That was horrible. What would I do in such a situation? Once I receive that, what I would receive that is like I would just like turn it off immediately. I'm good. Oh my. Oh my. Just oh my. I'm not watching that Boy Love one. It's not happening. Nope. Nope. What else do I have that I'm interested in? Let's see. I'm on episode 3 of Tanya. By the way, I can soon watch this one. Let's watch... Nah. Interesting. Do we want to watch this one? Yeah, why not?
天娱 Media or EE Media.
Do we want to watch that? Sure. Why not? This is once again China. Do I want to watch something China related? Do I want to watch something else? Yeah, no, you can laugh as much as you want. I'm good, bro. I'm not doing that. Nope. Not happening whatsoever. Not happening. Chat, I'm sorry, my neighbor. Oops, the mic. Mic problems. Guess you'll watch the stream on mute. Yeah. Sure, we'll watch that one. That sounds interesting. The pattern of death inside China's entertainment industry. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah. I didn't watch that with that one guy that was apparently taken out. This is by Lay's Real Talk. I probably have to move myself over here. We're gonna see how this is gonna turn out. I have noticed there's a pattern on how things happen, and that usually involves falling off of buildings, which is weird.
天娱 Media or EE Media is a giant agency that dominates China's entertainment industry. It's actually China's only state-owned artistic management company. This special status gives it unrivaled resources and protection. Its parent company, Mango Super Media, operates under the Hunan Broadcasting System, and it's one of China's most powerful state media groups. And behind it stands an elite network of shareholders connecting state media, private tech giants, and national-level financial companies. So, for example, Alibaba, China Mobile, financial institutions.
Alibaba, interesting. China Mobile, Hong Kong Central Clearing Company, CITIC Bank, China Construction Bank, China Merchants Bank, Postal Savings Bank of China, China Life Insurance Company. To be fair, I think this is not particularly something that's like... There's probably also like... This is probably way more common in other countries as well, where like everything, again, this is just like everything is owned by the same corporate mass.
Like Hong Kong Central Clearing Company, CITIC Bank, China Construction Bank, China Merchants Bank, Postal Savings Bank of China, and China Life Insurance Company. So this structure means EE Media holds not only absolute dominance over China's entertainment industry, but also deep roots across finance, telecom, and state power.
So basically, almost everything, from banking to even healthcare. It's kind of wild.
Forming an unshakable fortress. One case illustrates this vividly. It said that superstar Yang Mi personally traveled to Beijing 3 times to sign Alan Yu. Then...
Yep, that was the man that got recently ended, allegedly. His dogs were allegedly ended. He was allegedly also raped and other stuff. It is generally just insane why people are so obsessed over politics. Simple, because politics is obsessed with you. You may not like it, but the truth is that you may not care about politics, but they 100% care about you, and if you don't pay attention, they're gonna fuck over your life completely. That's why. That is why. I had to sit through a 3-hour political convo. That's rough, buddy.
then still under EE Media, but failed each time. Even the top players in the industry could not breach the wall of state capital and the political power that shields the company. Within this system, the string of unnatural death among EE Media's artists all share eerily similar official conclusions. Always depression or accident. The repetition itself is deeply troubling, raising questions about whether there is systemic link between these tragedies. So let's start with these two young men. So the first one is Bian Ce, the man on the left. So he was once called CCTV's most handsome news anchor.
For some odd reason, they want to get rid of attractive people. For some odd reason, they get rid of attractive people. I don't know why, but it's odd. Or if they don't change their image from not to less attractive, they're gonna actually threaten to take your life. I don't know what this weird obsession is, but it's interesting. I stopped caring about politics once I saw both sides of my country's government didn't expose the Epstein files, and there's a good reason why that is. Because there are names on there for both sides that would collapse the political system. Not only that, my belief is that not only would it collapse the American political system, but I can guarantee you there's names on those files of politicians that are not from the United States. You will most certainly find names from UK politicians, generally European politicians, 100%. 100%. Next level hating is deleting attractive people. Apparently they're a problem for TV in China. I don't know where that's coming from.
30 hours of June 9th, 2015, 10 years ago, he fell to his death at the same...
Falling? That's the third celebrity that I now know from China that fell to his death. Falling. That is number 3.
Residential compound where Alan Yu later died. It's the Sunshine Upper East in Beijing's Chaoyang district, and the anchor was only 32. And now, from the start, his death was full of suspicion. Just an hour before he died, he had a 40-minute phone call with his mother, and he was joking with her, saying how much he missed her cooking. And he showed no sign of distress. And just like Yu Monglong, Bian Ce rose to fame through Hunan TV's talent shows. And same place, he died in the same place, same pattern. Even whispers about the same hidden scandals, like the dark side of homosexuality in the entertainment industry. So all of that is strikingly similar. And the next case is Qiao Renliang, the man on the right, who was a popular actor-singer. On the night of September 16th, 2016, he was found dead in an apartment in Shanghai. Police quickly ruled out homicide, saying that he'd taken his own life. His agency claimed he died from depression, or depression killed him. But online, countless posts said otherwise. People say that he actually was murdered in Beijing and was flown, his body was flown into Shanghai to create the scene.
What you're saying is, in Beijing, he fell to his death. What? That's pretty much what it... Why are these all there in Beijing? That's crazy. Wow, these celebrities sure are clumsy. Definitely not getting deleted. How sad. Definitely not happening. And definitely they also didn't take out the other guy's dogs while he was there.
That he died in Shanghai. And his issue was that he had offended powerful people and was brutally killed, just like Yu Meng.
Boys, if I'm not streaming, I'm dead. You know who did it. You know who did it.
Yu Monglong. Leaks even claim that he was murdered at a party after being tortured in front of a group of people. And the scene was similarly gruesome. And the guest list also overlapped with that of the party where Yu Monglong died. Now, only 3 months after Qiao Renliang died, another artist under the same agency, and her name is Ben Xi, a young singer signed to EE Media. So she died on Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2016. She fell from the 13th floor.
She fell. She fell. She fell. They are quite often falling. What is something wrong with the concrete? Like, why do they want to look at the concrete from like up on their apartments and are like, I want to fall there. Like, sure, buddy. No, but that's number 4 of people falling. What is this?
Floor of a building, and she was only 22. This is the young lady on the left. Her trouble was that she was a close friend with Qiao Renliang. And after his death, she wrote a song in English called Pink Gun to kind of hint at his unusual death. Officially, her death was ruled as a depression. But only 3 days before she died, she had gone live to promote her new single song. And she was talking about her plans for future releases. There was no hint of despair at all. So her death is widely believed to be linked to Qiao Renliang's brutal murder. Then came Ren Qiao, the young lady on the right. She was an actress model, and she died on October 15th, 2017. Again, her death is also the Xi Jinping father's birthday, October 15th, 2017. She fell naked from a hotel in Suzhou.
Fell. Again. Naked. Fell. Again. Number 5. I'm noticing a lot of their celebrities look biracial, white Chinese. Yeah. I don't know if they're biracial though. Probably not. They just look very white, considering that having lighter skin is like a scene is like being like better, right? You don't work a like outside job. You don't have to go outside a lot, right? You don't have to. You look less low wage, less poor. I don't know how to put it.
And rumors said she had visited the room of a male celebrity shortly before her death. But nothing was ever investigated. The official line? Accidental fall due to excessive drinking. Exactly the same as Yu Monglong. And there was a 5th case, and his name is Tian Zongqi. He was a well-known volleyball commentator for the sports channel on CCTV Sports. On May 9th, 2024, last year, while living in Bangkok, he fell on the 6th floor of his apartment and died instantly.
Number 6. Number 6. The 6 celebrities falling, in quote unquote, allegedly falling. I mean, facial features look more European. That could be the case. Maybe a little bit on purpose. Using surgery, but I don't know.
Photos showed him wearing only a t-shirt and an underwear, as if he'd just been about to wash up before going to bed. Or maybe he was in bed, So when his body was found, it was severely deformed, which suggests that he had been tortured before he fell. And his wounds immediately raised a flood of questions about what had happened to him. But the official conclusion, once again, was the same as the others: depression. Yet one of Tian's childhood friends, someone who had known him all his life.
There's a lot of falling in here. There's a lot of falling here.
Wrote that after his death, that as far as he knew, Tian had never suffered from depression. That means in just 10 years, at least 6 young artists had died mysteriously. 4 men, 2 women, all young, all beautiful, all in their prime. 5 of them fell from buildings. That frequency alone is enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. 10 years.
If you're hot, you're cooked in China.
7 deaths, one company shielded by power. Do you think these are just coincidences? Or
Nah, these are not coincident. Nope, these are not coincidences. Sorry, no, no, these are not coincidences. Most certainly not. Nope, I disagree. These are not coincidences. They couldn't be coincidences for a very simple reason. Yes, dear, we can do yours. We can do yours. If one celebrity falling from a building, okay. Maybe 2, okay. But 6? If coincidences happen that often, they become evidence. That is all I'm going to say. They become evidence. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Please add my video to your playlist. Yeah, your video's already in there. Let me move myself over real quick from this side to that side. And then we can do that one real quick. It's brain rot anyways. Guys, this is nothing important. It is brain rot. It is just made to rot your little brains. Let me click on this one. Doesn't matter.
You know, I haven't seen...
Aura Farming Tournament, Episode 2. To be fair, let's rot our brains. Let's go. Let's just do it.
You know, I haven't seen Goku lately.
He's been rehearsing for his halftime show at the Aura Farming Tournament.
Aura Farming...
See, this is probably supposed to have music, but it was copyrighted. So the man who makes these videos had to remove the music. That's why you're not hearing anything.
What's good, everybody, and welcome back to the Aura Farming Tournament. Charles, what's the lineup looking like today?
Oh, yes, Stephen, we have a banger lineup on our hands today.
Don't act like we didn't just see that.
We have not one, but 2 interesting matches on ground today.
Michael Jackson just solos all of these frauds. What is this? They're not even, should not even be in the same arena. Michael Jackson is Aura.
It's definitely going to be interesting.
It definitely is. Who's your pick for the first match?
We're betting our lives on Killua.
We?
Yes, me, you, and the person behind the phone.
I rebuke that. All right, let's head over.
I rebuke that too. Michael Jackson.
Over to our boy Jeff.
Ready when you are, Steven.
Well, tickle my pickle. Did Jeff just reply early?
Tickle your what now?
What's the latest, Jeff? Jeff!
Yes, Steven, let's look at the first match. Look at that man, MJ. You can tell he means business by the way he's standing.
Is he wearing a thong on those jeans?
On the other side, we have Killua, who looks quite relaxed for someone going up against MJ.
Great analysis as always, Jeff. Now let's head straight for the first match.
How good is this MJ guy? You're about to find out soon.
What's this? No one is making a move yet.
They're both sizing each other up.
What's up with this guy? He's just standing there, but I feel if I move, I'm finished. I better...
Michael Jackson would solo. It's just the truth. Michael Jackson solos this one. The man wore underwear on the outside and still kept his fans. True.
Aura farm with my silent step.
He took him out by just turning his head.
And he's...
See? See? No chance. Zero. None. Nada. Failure.
Dancing on top of that, too.
Okay, that's just disrespectful.
What on earth is going on?
Just a single head turn? That's just how much aura that man has. Aside from the fact he was showing his fit this whole time, just a single head turn from him can knock someone unconscious.
Was Aura farming this serious?
Well, that was a quick one. Let's head over to the second match.
Looks like it's your turn.
We have Piccolo approaching the stage.
But his opponent, Sasuke, hasn't arrived yet.
Did he get sick or something?
He probably got scared.
He's using that technique.
What?
He's definitely using that technique.
Okay, what the hell is this technique?
The crowd is getting impatient. I'm afraid we'll have to disqualify. Was that his move all along?
Who invited that guy?
The pull-up technique. It's a technique where you arrive late on purpose with a grand entrance.
I can't pull up now. One more minute.
It's mostly used when your friend is on the verge of death. That's my favorite technique.
How will Piccolo respond to that?
I better go all out.
What's he doing?
He's just standing there?
I'm concerned on how his cape is flying with no wind.
A classic, just Piccolo standing there with no wind and his cape flying. There's another one that does it in Dragon Quest 8. Mori does it as well.
Is that?
The sun-kissed technique.
Steven, look at the sky.
Is that him in the sky? How's that even possible?
It's almost as if the heavens are on his side.
Is that Jesus?
Are those birds?
Razorbill birds.
What's the big deal?
They're top-tier aura farmers themselves, so being able to summon them is next level.
What a match that was. I never saw it coming.
Speaking of coming, my bad, Steve.
Well, y'all already know Piccolo won that. That's all for today, folks.
How on earth did he summon those birds?
You sure your friends are going to turn up?
Trust me, bro.
Anyways, that was very, very odd. That was an odd one, for sure. That was something. That was something, but true. And True says it looks like Johnny Somali, so that's an insult I wouldn't take. That man's gonna find you. Being called Johnny Somali, that's a threat in itself. That is in fact concerning. Poor guy. Being called Johnny. I can't wait for the Johnny videos to flood in. If somebody even wants to do that, at least you got to learn something. How to aura farm? I can't aura farm. Not with a 3D model. That's for sure. That is for sure. Guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Anyways, I'm back. Hello. Do this next. It's only 2 minutes long. Already added. Already added. Sure, we can do that. We can do that. Sure. Click again on something. Nope. Pause.
I have a...
Shang Li says some inappropriate stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh God.
A great many names.
This can be good. This can be good.
Though when on leave, I tend to go by come.
Why?
Every journey has its final day. Don't come. Come taste the same as I remember.
Why? Why? Why?
You and I have...
This is giving the fucking shippers fuel to for the fire. Why are we doing this?
Have a contract. So feel free to come. It reeks.
This is just 2 minutes of the same joke over and over.
Come. That bard has just been through here, hasn't he? Ningguang always continues to come. No matter. Just let me know if he gives you any come. It's said that Child and his come have yet again stirred up waves. Why is it that once you finally get a break, rather than taking a rest, you instead come... Have you heard of the origins of come? Should the day ever come, you will continue to come.
This is just the same joke over and over. It's just 2 minutes straight, the same joke. The same joke.
I don't like come. Just seeing it reminds me of that slimy texture and that scent that just won't wash off. As for why I hate it, it's a long story. So let's just say my memory is a little too good. It seems my scum is returning. Not a lot, but enough.
Why? Why did you have to make me watch this? There was no point. There was literally no point. Zero. Hated how he looked, but he was a king in his own way. Michael Jackson, yeah. Why? Just why? Just why? That's how I can tell Deer's a kid. That's how I can tell that Deer's a kiddo. For sure. For sure. Now I can clip you watching this out of context. I feel like I'm watching One Punch Man. One frame and people talk. It's just like the anime. The best part about One Punch Man, about season 3, is Garu PNG sliding down the grass. That's absolute cinema. Just straight up do that in Photoshop. Easy, no issue. They could have hired me that would have done the better job. Okay, next video that I want to watch. What do I even want to look at? Let's look at legitimately, I might do like one more video anyways. I feel like, let's see. Let's watch this.
Here are the most epic brawls in human history.
Might be interesting. Something history related. I don't know. I might do this one and then probably end. I think. Probably watch some more anime. And that's it. That's so sad. Anyways. Craziest fights in history by Serious History. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. That might be interesting. Let's see. Let's see. That might be interesting. I don't know. We're gonna look at that. No, even PS. It's PowerPoint effect. Yeah, you could literally do it in PowerPoint probably as well, and other like programs easily. All right, let's see crazy fights. I'm curious. Who's beating each other's brakes off?
Here are the most epic brawls in human history. Number 1, the sandbar fight. We're starting off with one of the craziest brawls in American history that made a legend.
Sandbar fight. I have never heard of that. I didn't have some news, no college anymore because of Typhoon, but I might do online college again. The teacher says it. So bye everyone. Take care, Zoom. Good night. Rest well.
Legend out of a man named Jim Bowie and his signature knife.
That man just got stopped straight up. Goodbye. That was quick. Also, I like the hats. I like these hats. I will wear one of these hats. But both of them do not look really happy. I mean, both have red eyes now.
It's a beautiful fall day on September 19th, 1827, and Samuel Wells and Thomas Maddox have each independently made the...
Is that really the horse? Is that really a horse? That looks like a freaking pig. Pig horse. Horse.
long journey from central Louisiana all the way to the remote area of Natchez, Mississippi. Sharing similar ambitions for wealth and power, the two men have repeatedly crossed paths and over the years grown to hate each other. Every attempt at peace has devolved.
Oh, we got frenemies without the friend part.
Into a shouting match, and with no path to settle their grievances with words, they're looking to squash their beef once and for all with a pistol duel on a sandbar island in the middle of the Mississippi River. Like modern-day prize fighters, Wells and Maddox have each brought with them 5 supporters. But if the goal was peace after this duel, the two men could not have chosen worse cornermen. Between the supporters were rivalries that were more intense than even that of the duelists themselves, and no two men hated each other more than Jim Bowie and Major.
So, they brought dudes along as supporters that hated each other more than even the ones that were originally doing this duel. Okay.
Norris Wright. Jim Bowie, a friend of Wells, was a large and powerful man who fancied himself as somewhat of a real estate investor. More accurately, he was probably a scam artist selling fake land deeds to newcomers to the frontier. But hey, this is America, right? Understanding what Bowie was doing, Wright denied him a bank loan and began spreading the word around Louisiana that he was a crook. When Bowie hears about this, he hunts Major Wright down to a hotel bar and demands that Wright say what he'd been saying behind his back straight to his face. Major Wright stared back calmly and without warning draws his pistol and fires, aiming directly at Bowie's chest. The bullet somehow hits a coin pouch tucked in Bowie's vest pocket, saving...
Bro barely survived. Only being saved by a pouch. Where is it happening again? Wild West? Pretty much, yeah. Accurate.
...his life, and without thought, he launches himself at Wright. As the Major's friends try to pull them apart, Bowie bites Wright's hand so hard that one of his teeth is left stuck in Wright's flesh as he's pried away.
Bro! No! Hey, that's a souvenir from a bar fight.
That night, Bowie vows to never be caught unarmed again, and he and his brother have a blacksmith fashion a 9-inch hunting knife that he would begin to carry everywhere.
The sizes for compensation. Anyways. Yeah, somebody's getting stabbed. Youch! If like a teeth is getting left behind, yeah, that's a problem.
Now, this altercation happened just a year before this duel, so this is all pretty fresh in Bowie's mind, and he has his eyes locked on Wright as soon as he sees him arrive on the sandbar accompanying Maddox.
It's on site. It's literally on site. They all don't look particularly healthy with like their bloodshot eyes. I don't know about that one, man.
As Wells and Maddox watch their supporters mean mug each other, they realize that they might have made a huge mistake. So they force their supporters to stay far away and remain separated while they have their duel at a distance. Wells and Maddox walk with their seconds, receive their pistols, and take their positions. The signal's given and they fire at each other, but both miss. Their weapons are reloaded, and again they take their place and on command fire for a second time. But again, both shots miss. At this point, the realness of the situation is starting to sink in for both Wells and Maddox, and realizing that dueling sounded a lot cooler before they actually started doing it, the men decide to shake hands and call their beefs.
So, the actual highlight is not the two dudes who initially started this duel. It's the other two. It's the other two. Okay, it's the other two.
Settled. Honor had been restored to both gentlemen. Hooray! And the day ended without any bloodshed at all. Nice! Or that's what they thought. See, as the men and their seconds begin to walk together towards Maddox's camp to get some refreshments, Wells' supporters, General Cooney and Jim Bowie, rush out from their waiting area upset and wondering why the duel is over if they're both still alive. The duelists explain what happened, but Cooney, still craving a day of violence, turns to Robert Crane, his hated rival and Maddox's second, and says, "Colonel Crane, this is a good time to settle our difficulty." And this is when the shit hits the fan. Crane, still holding Maddox's pistol from the duel, aims at Cooney and fires. The bullet misses Cooney, but strikes Bowie in the hip, knocking him to the ground. Cooney
The wrong one was no. Is this gonna turn out into like an all-out shooting? Losers, if you can't shoot each other, get off the city center. True. I mean, they're not in the city. They're like at some sandbank, some sandbar in in the middle of a river, right? They're like separate somewhere.
Draws his pistol and fires at Crane, hitting him in the arm. And immediately, Crane produces his own pistol from his belt and fires back at Cooney. He hits an artery in his thigh and he begins to bleed out. Bowie scrambles to his feet and menacingly unsheathes his knife, looking for revenge after watching his friend get shot. Crane, now holding two empty pistols, throws one at Bowie and hits him square on the forehead, shattering the gun and knocking him to the ground for a second time.
Yeah, this escalated quickly. Your doctor will suggest that too. Also, if you don't know to aim, don't ever offer or accept gun duels. Yeah, it's over.
Bowie crawls away and slumps against a giant driftwood log to try to regain his composure. The gunshots startle the remaining supporters from both camps, who all begin rushing in, and Major Wright spots his nemesis dazed on the ground. Without hesitation, he rushes towards Bowie, quickly draws his pistol, and fires at him, trying to finish him off for good. Bowie rolls out of the way at the last moment, and Wells' second, a man named McWhorter, throws Bowie a pistol, which he quickly fires at Wright and hits him. Screaming, "Damn you, you have killed me!" Wright unsheaths his cane sword and stabs Bowie in the chest.
They are actually beating each other's ass right there, stabbing each other. Great. That is crazy. They're stabbing each other. That is interesting. Okay, but he's probably gonna, this guy's gonna die, I'm assuming. Because he has the knife and he's gonna stab him, obviously.
Puncturing his left lung. Wright bends over trying to remove his sword from his rival's chest, but it's caught in Bowie's sternum. Bowie quickly swipes at the Major with his free hand and manages to snag a hold of Wright's collar. With the cane sword still lodged in his chest, Bowie pulls himself to his feet and whispers into Wright's ear, "And now, Major, you die." He plunges his knife into the heart of his sworn enemy, taking his life. As Bowie and Wright stand in their bloody embrace, Wright's friends, the Blanchard brothers, fire their pistols at Bowie, and one of the bullets pierces his arm. Bowie quickly shoves Wright's body off of his knife and slashes one of the brothers, cutting his arm and taking him out of the fight. As the brothers begin to flee, the remaining Wells supporters open fire, and the unlucky Blanchard with the gash in his arm adds a bullet wound to his list of injuries. More shots are fired, but
that escalated completely. I think official educators should start those simple animations to teach. It's so good for a small amount of patience and attention. Yeah. Also, they're all shooting at each other now, except the two main dudes.
No one else scores a hit, and the original duelists finally regain order and stop the violence. The entire brawl lasted just 90 seconds, but 2 men are dead, and Jinbui is severely injured, being shot twice and stabbed in the chest. Crane, having no previous bad blood with Jinbui prior to the day's events, helps walk him to the doctors who were standing by at the duel. "Colonel Crane, I do not think, under the circumstances, you ought to have shot me," says Bowie as he's being worked on. Word of the sandbar fight got out amongst the people in the area, and the knife used by Jinbui would come to be known as the Bowie knife, one of the most iconic.
The Bowie knife, the 2 main dudes? Oh, you mean the corpses? No. The two dudes that orchestrated the entire thing, right? That actually wanted to do the initial duel, right? They were not even part anymore. They were just like, the fuck they doing over there? They were legit not even part of this whole thing anymore, of this whole ordeal. Kind of. They brought them all together, but they didn't even fire it, hit anybody, or were actually part of the actual fight.
Iconic American-made weapons in history. Number 2, Miyamoto Musashi versus the Yoshioka School. It's the spring of 1604, and an unknown...
Wait, that one's peak. Musashi? That name sounds familiar.
21-year-old swordsman named Miyamoto Musashi arrives in the capital city of Kyoto. The trip is not a vacation. He's here on a mission to seek out and duel a member of the famed Yoshioka school of swordsmanship. The Yoshioka were once the private instructors of the Ashikaga shogun and are considered the best in the land. Decades ago, Musashi's father Munisai had dueled the founder of the school, Yoshioka Kenpo, and won 2 of the 3 bouts. Musashi is determined to prove to himself and the rest of the world that he's just as skilled as his father, and defeating a member of the Yoshioka school was his first step. The head of the school, Yoshioka Sejuro, quickly accepts. Though Musashi was an unknown name, the Yoshioka never forgot about their founder's defeat at the hands of Munisai, and defeating his son would avenge this loss for their family. The duel is arranged.
Interesting. Okay. We'll see. Musashi is the greatest samurai in Japan's history. Maybe I'm confusing it. Well, the manga Vagabond reminds me of that as well. Though I haven't read the manga. Just like snippets.
To take place on March 8th, 1604, in front of the Rendai No Temple. And just like the duel between Musashi's father and Yoshioka Kenpo, each swordsman will be armed with a wooden sword. On the day of the duel, Sejuro arrives at the agreed upon time, but Musashi is nowhere to be seen. Hours pass, and Sejuro grows more and more impatient. Finally, Musashi arrives and the duel begins, with Sejuro flustered and upset at the disrespect Musashi has shown him. The two engage, but the duel is over in a single strike as Musashi shatters Sejuro's shoulder, leaving him unable to grasp a sword ever again. When he...
Yikes. Remember I told you Team Rocket in Japanese called Musashi and Kojiro. Kojiro was Musashi's enemy. Sasaki Kojiro and Miyamoto Musashi. Okay.
Recovers, he is humiliated. He gives up his school and becomes a monk. Musashi had achieved...
Ass beating so great. The ass beating so great. It turned homie a monk. That is crazy.
His goal, and his short time in Kyoto was at its end. But Sejuro's defeat has left the Yoshioka school in chaos. Their master defeated by an unknown wandering samurai. This is a disgrace and cannot go unavenged. So Sejuro's brother, Denshichiro, immediately challenges Musashi to a second duel to restore their family's honor. Musashi agrees and again leaves Denshichiro waiting for hours at their agreed upon location. When Musashi arrives, Denshichiro is enraged and attacks him immediately with a 5-foot-long wooden sword.
Bro just grabbed the biggest stick he could find and just yoink. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I'm doing alright. If you've seen Fate's Stay Night, Sasaki Kojiro was a servant, assassin, identity. Ah, okay.
Musashi catches the blade and rips it from Denshichiro's hands. He then...
And beats the crap out of him, Bunkai.
Beats him to death with his own weapon and...
Oh, yikes. That was more than just a bunk.
Walks away. At this point, Musashi has completely destroyed the reputation of the Yoshioka.
They're going full monk mode. That is crazy.
The legendary family is now forced to install a 12-year-old, Sejuro's son named Mate Shichiro, as the head of their school. After all the damage he's done, Musashi cannot be allowed to leave Kyoto alive. A third and final duel is offered to Musashi to be held at the Ichijoji Temple under the famous Sagarimatsu pine tree. Mata Shichiro, the 12-year-old, will be the one to take down Musashi. When he receives the invitation, Musashi has his doubts. I mean, he just bodied their two best swordsmen, and now they want him to fight a 12-year-old? So instead of his normal...
Wouldn't it be crazy if they were almost on equal footing? That'd be crazy. I'm full monk mode. By nature, not by choice. I did a lot of painting today. Ooh, nice, nice. A lot of work for the renovations, it seems.
Strategy of arriving late to throw off his opponent, he arrives early and hides behind a tree. His suspicions are soon proven correct, as the remaining Yoshioka family and their students arrive with a company of men armed with bows and Tanegashima rifles. There was never going to be a duel. The Yoshioka were planning to kill Musashi in an ambush. But before the Yoshioka can take their positions, Musashi jumps out and shouts, "Musashi waits for you!" and slices through the 12-year-old boy in...
Dead. Ripozo. Surprise, surprise. Another one. Another one dead.
Instantly ending the Yoshioka school for good. The Yoshioka watch in horror as their young master falls to the ground. Their shock is quickly replaced by anger, and they raise their weapons and close in on Musashi. First, the students attack and try to take him down, but they're no match for the wandering swordsmen and are quickly struck down. The archers begin firing, and Musashi's sleeve is shot with an arrow. He then draws his second sword and engages the mob single-handedly. Like a predator chasing wild game, the men scatter as Musashi rushes them. Anyone who confronts him is cut down. The Yoshioka swordsmen have never faced...
Bro has absolutely and utterly soloed. Bro is him! Samurais were crazy fanatics. They were great. It seems to be the case. Bro absolutely soloed a group of people.
Anyone who fights in this barbaric style, and they can't keep up with the speed of Musashi's two blades. Musashi cuts down 10 more men before the rest of the disciples flee the battle. News of the destruction of the prestigious Yoshioka school spreads throughout Japan, and the legend of Miyamoto Musashi and his two-sword fighting style is officially born. Number 3, the Combat of 30. It's April 30th.
That was, in fact, crazy. That king is not doing well. He is vomiting some odd green shit.
1341, and Duke John III of Brittany is lying on his deathbed. Surrounding him, his closest family and allies are all deeply troubled. See, John never had any children, and there's a lot of confusion on who's supposed to take his place as ruler. They ask him over and over again, "Who will rule after you are gone? Who?" John coughs and turns, and the people around grow silent. "Shh, he's gonna say something."
For God's sake, leave me alone and do not trouble my spirit with such things.
And then he dies. John dying without declaring.
So he died, did not declare who was going to be the king. Yikes. This is going to be interesting. Who's going to fight here? Musashi's absolutely him, but Sasaki Kojiro was a better swordsman. I would say Musashi won against Kojiro like David won against Goliev. Okay.
An heir to the throne was a huge mistake and led to two of his relatives, his half-brother Jean de Montfort and the husband of his niece Charles of Blois, both claiming to be the rightful heir. And this family feud quickly spirals into what would become known as the Breton War of Succession.
Interesting. So we got the combat of 30. Does that just say like 30 people?
English and the French both see what's happening in Brittany, and having just started their own 100 Years' War a few years earlier, they quickly begin to meddle and turn the War of Succession into a proxy war, with the French backing Charles of Blois and the English backing Jean de Montfort. After a few years of intense fighting, the Pope comes in and negotiates a temporary peace between all parties in Brittany, and it's during this Pope-induced timeout that one of the most brutal brawls in human history began.
Yeah. So we got the English and the French. Let's see how this goes. Yes, we moved to England? France? Both. I think this is in France.
See, there are these two areas in Brittany. Josselin, commanded by a Breton knight named Jean de Beaumanoir, and Pluimel, controlled by English knight Robert Bemborough. These towns are only 8 miles apart, so the French-backed forces regularly clash with the English during the war. But now that war is in a timeout, and these knights are getting restless. Without fighting, they can't show off how chivalrous they are, and if they can't show off how chivalrous they are, how are they supposed to get famous in Bagahati? So one day, Beaumanoir travels to Pluimel, and from outside the castle gates, shouts to Bemborough, challenging him to a duel. It would be a good chance.
Okay, I'm assuming this will not be turning into a duel. There's gonna be like, it needs to be like, it's probably gonna be like some all-out thing again. English and French really had a over 100 years war. That appears to be the case. I heard they stopped it because the new generation didn't even remember what the war started on. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough when you don't know what you're actually fighting for.
Chance to up our honor, at least for whoever wins, of course. Bemborough thinks and issues a counteroffer. Rather than a duel, let us have a tournament. Take 20 to 30 of your men and I'll do the same, and we'll meet at a beautiful field where nobody disturbs us. No prize money, just the opportunity to fight to the death to prove who were the greatest knights of Christ. You son of a bitch. I'm in. This sounded epic to Beaumanoir, so he accepts the challenge. The rules for their display of chivalry
ass whoopin'. An ass whoopin' for the Lord.
Are set. Each side will have 30 men, and they'll fight each other without any reinforcements until one side's warriors are all dead, disabled, or captured. Most importantly, nobody's allowed to run away. And with that, the two men go about recruiting their teams. Beaumanoir recruits a mixture of knights and squires from Brittany, who all support France, and Bemborough's team consists of English knights, German mercenaries, and a handful of Bretons who support.
Absolute cinema. Germans mentioned. The Germans are doing things here. See, we got our hands in this one too.
The English rule. So on March 26, 1351, both sides each attended Mass and went to confession to absolve their souls. Now that they can beat the shit out of each other without worrying about going to hell, Beaumanoir and Bemborough march their warriors to a midpoint between their fortresses called Half Oak, bringing with them a throng of spectators and refreshments. The combatants choose their weapons: axes, spears, hammers, and swords, and all the participants mount their horses and form two lines facing each other. A signal is given and both sides charge full speed at each other. The crowd erupts as the two lines meet, and the deafening clang of weapons on armor echoes throughout the field. Some men are knocked off their horses and are quickly met with a warrior from the opposite team frantically swinging their weapon at them, trying to kill them.
They even got groupies there. Medieval groupies. That's interesting.
All the men eventually find themselves on the ground, squared up in pairs, and 30 simultaneous savage duels begin. The fighting is dirty and barbaric, with blood and mud being thrown everywhere. The women in the crowd start to get grossed out. Is this what chivalry is supposed to look like? A French warrior is slain and is quickly followed by two on the English side. After an hour or so, everyone's dirty and exhausted, and someone calls for a timeout. Both sides agree, and both teams go back to their side.
A timeout, like some kind of sports festival. They're treating this like the Super Bowl or the football championship. Medieval OnlyFans. That's just a brothel at this point.
The field to repair their armor and weapons, bandage their wounds, and get some refreshments. Eventually, the combatants, still bleeding, battered, and bruised, take the field again and charge at one another. A French squire squares up against Bemborough and thrusts his spear through his head. Bemborough, mortally wounded but unaware of just how bad he looks, tries to stand, and another French knight rushes in and slices him with an axe, killing him on the spot. With Bemborough down, a mercenary on the English team takes command and they regroup and fight back fiercely. Beaumanoir is injured in the English rally and is thrown to the ground. He begs for water, and a knight near him shouts, "Drink your blood, Beaumanoir, your..."
Drink your blood. Yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. So nobody, at the end of the day, nobody wins here.
Thirst will pass. Exhausted again, the two sides call for another timeout and retreat to their corners of the field. The break doesn't do much to recharge the batteries of the combatants. At this point, they've been fighting to the death in full armor for hours, and they're all completely gassed. On top of this, most of the crowd is either grossed out, bored, or walking away.
Bored. These men beating each other's ass. I'm bored of this. Hi, Shine Duck. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Remember, there's no big payday for all of this. This is all to prove who's the most chivalrous here. They lurch back onto the battlefield, now clinching and trying to stab each other with daggers and swords. Men are sloppily falling to the ground in exhaustion. It's at this point a French knight decides that the rules of this match are stupid and he wants to go home, and he gets on his horse and rides onto the battlefield. He charges straight into the biggest pile of people and steamrolls 5 English knights, which collapses their line. The French team swarms in, and soon the remaining English warriors surrender. 9 of the English team's warriors and 5 on the French team lie dead on the battlefield. Everyone else is severely injured with broken bones and deep lacerations. The remaining English team is brought back to Jocelyn and held for a small ransom. Surprisingly, the survivors of the combat of the 30 all did in the end get what they wanted, as the story of their brawl quickly spread throughout Europe. Many were treated as celebrities after the
celebrities. After fighting this, celebrities. Wow.
fight, and one even went on to marry a princess. So I guess it all worked out.
Win.
Except, the French side kinda cheated.
The French side did kinda cheat, yeah. Kinda, yeah. That was interesting. These were interesting. These were very interesting. My dad might get me the Fortnite Battle Pass. Fortnite Battle Pass. Nice. Cool, not bad. Anyways, that was a disaster. At least, right? At least. One married a princess. Musashi is him. And, whatever the first one was, where it completely escalated. Yeah, situations do in fact escalate. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Or if back then you could just take a woman, and as long as you could Alfonda, she would be yours. Careful, cricket. We are no longer in medieval times. This is illegal. You can't do that. That is very, very, very illegal. Don't have any dumb ideas, my friend. Careful. Careful right there. But yeah. Guys, I'm gonna end here. Actually, I'm going to end here. I'm going to chill the rest, I think. No, you can't. You can't also call someone for a gun duel. Bro, I think bro would, if it was possible, you'd consider it, wouldn't you? Me watching history stuff. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna end here, I think. I'm gonna end here. Killed someone. Who killed someone? Pause. No. Because I want to set up something for tomorrow still as well. For stream. Which is my Xbox in this case. Anyways. I think I'm gonna end here. Yep. Guys, have a good day or night. Don't Gooner Gump. Don't do anything silly. We're living in the Wild West. Reality, maybe, sure, okay. Poke it, tie for your service. Enjoy the anime. Enjoy your evening. Yep, okay. Yeah, the time. It's almost 7 p.m. here. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Take care. Good night. Good day.